Hello, hello. Happy weekend, everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. What is happening? The Bud Files is in the building. Hello, Marilyn. How you doing? Hey, pre-retirement. What's up, sweetie? Thank you for coming. Blessings to everybody. Kiara Creations, what is up, girl? I don't know what happened. We was rocking for a while, and I kept coming to see you, and I was like, she must be too busy, and I wasn't hearing from you for a long time. I hope you're all right. I hope the new year is treated everybody well. I hope you guys are living your best life and doing your thing. Thank you so much for being considerate enough to stop by to holler at me. I really appreciate it. And as you guys know, I got y'all back. As a matter of fact, I just left the Bud Files, and I love the channel. You guys are educating me so much that I can't even see straight. There's so much stuff that I'm learning from your channel. Kiara, you know you keep the nails on fleek. I appreciate that. All right, pre-retirement, you stay up in the kitchen getting down, girl. You know how we do. You know how we do. Thank you guys for being so amazing. I appreciate you guys. I hope you and your families, everybody's doing all right. Starting off, we still in the new year. We still in the new year. You know how that go. It's just January. We ain't even hit it yet. You know what I mean? Even though time is flying, and I decided from now on, I'm not making any New Year's resolutions. That's because most of the stuff that I should already been doing should have been done. So I don't like to play that game, with myself. Like I'm going to do something when I know I should already done it. The only goals that I practice when it comes to that is if I didn't have the money, and I know for a fact because coming in the new year, you get your taxes. So, might be able to get that new car or that living room set type thing. But other than that, if I, like when I was doing the countdown and it got to 11:55, if I'm fat at 11:55, I'm fat at 12 o'clock. So that means I should have already been doing it. No shade to nobody. I'm just trying to make a little bit of fun, and that's how I look at this type of stuff. But I appreciate you guys so much. No, we got a long way to go, sis. And I promise you, I know time is going by fast, but we just at the top. That's why I keep on saying Happy New Year still, because we still there. What's happening, my brother Logan, up in the building? How is life treating you? How's the fam bam doing? I just want to see everybody win. You know what I mean? Find your place in life and do your thing. Because I know that life comes with so many different things. When you're up, you're down, you're sunk in the middle. And I always tell people that, like if I come on here and I talk about I'm going through something, I don't want people to pray for me just because I'm sick or I got medical problems. Pray for me all the time. I need it 24/7. That's the only way I can stay standing, man, because this ain't no joke. Y'all see what's going on around the world. We got somebody new that's popping up, whether y'all who likes him or who don't. It's gonna be some changes, and this is what it is. And I look at it like this, and I'm not gonna bring no politics in to get nobody upset because I'm grown. I know how to talk appropriate about this without getting turned up. But I tell you this: one team can't win all the time. One team can't win. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Just like with life, love and hate will never be friends. You already know how that is. Honor and shame is two sides of a coin. Let's just talk about it. You get what I'm saying? But I know that a lot of people are not getting what they want, and I wish that they had a way of fixing this stuff with politics where they can be equal to both sides, where we don't have all this problem. But you know how it is. We living in this life. It's like Russian roulette. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, and we got to make it do what it do. But I know that I am glad to be here. And there's been a lot of people that have been having some real serious issues, way before this situation occurred, before they, did the, voting somebody in type of thing. A lot of folks been flipping out, and that's the whole problem. Folks cannot make it to a point where they can meet and agree, and that's when we need God to step in, and why we need God to step in, because it's not going to never be right when it comes to mankind, meaning men and women, making the decisions for other people, living and doing the right thing. It ain't gonna work out that way. That's why God gonna come down, and I'm not judging nobody that's not a believer in God. I believe in God. I'm gonna shout it from the rooftop. I don't go by no denomination. I just say Christian, and I'm not no fake phony Christian pretending to be saved, because I'm working on my salvation. I cuss, I get mad, I act a fool, I get angry, and I ain't nowhere near where I want to be. But you know what? Anytime I make those mistakes like that, I jump up and I repent, and I try it again and I try it again. But I tell you what, there's got to be somebody to put this together. We are not just here. Anybody that you got that's a surgeon, a scientist, a doctor, a lawyer, they didn't just get that way. God had a hand in all of that kind of stuff. And like all of this stuff that's going on with politics, you got to win to lose, and we play to win. So it is what it is, y'all. But I thank you guys so much for coming in. I'm wishing you guys a super duper weekend, and thank you so much for your time. Anybody want to chat it up? Let me know, and I'll keep chatting. If not, I'm gonna pop on some music. Loving all of you guys to the hill and back. And I mean, this is how I get down on my side of town, you guys. I don't come on here with nothing phony. I'm not trying to play no super Christian or like I got it all down pat. I don't play those games. I got so many, folks to get out here. And the thing is, when you lie, just say for instance, when you lie, you got to deal with God for that lie. And when you lie to me, you lie to yourself. So who wins? You know what I mean? You got to keep it real. But I don't do that phony stuff. I am not nowhere near where I want to be. But y'all, I am working on my salvation. Just being a good person alone with no titles. Do you understand what I'm saying? Believing in something greater than yourself. And it's not even just your kids. You get where I'm coming from? It's not even just your family, but believing in something greater than yourself is a good way to look at things. I'm not telling nobody what to do. That's why when I come on here, I just do open mic. I shoot my shot because I don't feel that it's right to judge people. I mean, if people got something different than you like, you go on about your business and do your thing and let people be who they gonna be. But live your best life. Stop playing all these games out here and just go, because I guarantee you, you can't control everything. I don't care how much money you got, who you are, what you're doing. You can't control everything. Just like right now, there's a lot of people that's upset about some folks that got called to to perform for our new person in office, and a lot of people got mad. But the thing is, that's because these folks, they said one thing when this person was in office years ago, and now they're up in his face. You see, and you got to remember that you got to keep it real, and you got to stand for something, or you'll fall for anything. Y'all know how this do. What's happening, brother? Hey, he said, love you, sister. Hope you have a great weekend. Oh, Billy, it's not coming through right. I'm just giving you a heads up. Catch up with you later. All right, thank you for coming, Logan. Sorry you can't hear me. I don't know why. Let me see. Hello, hello. I'm trying to see what's going on because I had some mic problems and I got a new mic, and now you're saying you can't hear me. I don't know what's going on there. And now I'm running my mouth and nobody can hear me. Check one, check two. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? The mic is fooling around again. Folks are telling me they can't hear me. And I just got this fixed. Yeah, the volume is low. It's still low. Can you hear me now? Because I can hear me. Okay. All right, there we go, people. I apologize. I think it was last week. I had some problems with my mic and it wasn't working, and I got a whole new mic, and it's almost like I have to well, I'm learning. I got to turn the volume all the way up just to be heard. And I thought maybe I had it too loud. And I apologize for that. But I thank you, beautiful people, for coming. And I just want to shout out you guys again because you might have not heard me the first time, and I apologize. What's up, the Bud Files? How y'all doing? Hello, Marilyn. What's up, pre-retirement? Hey, Kiara Creations. How you doing, girl? Happy New Year. What's up, my brother Logan in the building? How you doing? You guys, thank you so much for letting me know what's happening with this mic because I said a whole lot of good stuff, y'all. Dang, and I wanted to share it. I don't want to be a repeater, but I was just throwing out some good positive vibes for everybody. Thank you, Kiara. How you been, sis? I don't know how we fell off like we did, but I promise you I played a win on here. You know what I mean? I am my brother's keeper. When it comes to YouTube, what I do too is because I know everybody's doing things. Life is life, and there's a lot of people that's sick, tired, stopped doing YouTube, moved away, hours, husband, kids, dog, cat. So it's hard for folks to kind of keep up with it. But I promise you, I rock with who rocks with me. And I realized that I had got to a point that I was over supporting, and I decided to go on and chill out and stop running behind the wrong crowd and chill and get in my lane. You know what I mean? And since I've been doing that, I've been rocking well. I had to redo everything. I'm not rocking with probably hundreds of people that I used to rock. See, I'm not on here for no foolishness. You know what I mean? And I don't think, it's a good a way to be. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times people don't realize life is like a boomerang. What you put out, you get back. Honor and shame is two sides of a coin. You feel me? So I can't do it. So I had to get into the nitty gritty and see what's really happening and what's popping on these YouTube streets. And I promise you, folks to get out here and turn up and flip out on you. So you got to watch who you're rocking with and who you're dealing with. Because I learned, I promise you, this has changed completely. Like this live that I have now and the live that I've been having for like even the live and even my little small videos that I do in my, my shorts. This is not a channel. Rook of All is the hangout spot. I have an actual channel. You get what I'm saying? That I put on pause for a minute. But I promise you, I have slowed this thing down. Like right now, the way this is flowing, if only one person came to my lives, to my videos, and to my shorts, I am truly blessed. I don't care about being loved by everybody. I just want to be loved. I'm not trying to get on here and feel like I'm Beyonce overnight and trying to do none of that. I am okay. I am blessed, and just glad to be alive. And I had to really do my research on YT because I had a lot of foolishness happening, way back where I had to get through and learn and figure out what's going on, who's with me, who's not, what's happening on this. This is ridiculous, man. Folks get on here and trip out, and I just come in peace with positive vibes, but at the same time, I'm gonna keep it real. I am willing to talk about all things life. I don't care if we talk about a fly, a roach, or ant, sexual orientation, being broke, being down and out, being depressed, stressed out, anxiety, whatever it may be. I'll talk about all of it. You know why? Because I live in the real world, and I'm not telling nobody else what to do that got channels and stuff. Because this ain't the channel. But I'm just saying, for me, I come bearing good vibes and reality. You know what I mean? And that's all I'm here to do. I had a lot of mess that turned up that I didn't even know where it was coming from. And people don't realize sometimes the people closest to you are your enemies. You got to watch that. It could be family members. You know what I mean? Close co-worker, somebody that like they riding and dying for you, and you don't even know they really ain't even got your back. Because a lot of times, folks, just like one of my YouTubers here that I go and check, they got a really big channel. I'm not bragging. I don't really don't care about that, but I just have to say it what it is. They up there. And what they are realizing right now is the majority of their supporters are their haters. Because see, people that don't like you like to be near you though. You know what I mean? Because they got some deep down, dysfunctional love for you. You feel me? So they play close. It's like a double-edged sword. So you have to always watch yourself when you're dealing with this type of stuff like this. And like I said before, I had to shut it down and see. I don't have to do the block game and play all of that on YouTube. If I don't want to be bothered, I know how to tell somebody nicely, this ain't working out. Let's scat. Let's move. Let's roll. You know what I mean? But I know that I had to sit back and pay attention because when I was doing the lives was going so fast that I couldn't keep up with people. But I realized that it wasn't the right people. I wasn't rocking with the right people, but they was trying to rock with me, and that's one of the reasons why I had to remove the wrenches because I had a lot of salty stuff on here. A lot of people trying to come in and mess you up with other friends and the whole silliness. And I'm just mentioning this right now because a few of you that's here right now, if you're still here, don't know what's been happening because we ain't been in contact for quite a while. But I rerouted this Rook of All and changed it up and calmed down the flow, and I'm right where I want to be. Now, see, before the live was going so crazy that I couldn't even keep up. I can go in there and make a sandwich, go take a dump, come back, and the live will still be bop, 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 bop. And I realized after I started paying attention, and then a lot of my real YouTube folks that I met out here, they had told me, listen, this person ain't right for you. This ain't the right thing. Watch what you're doing. Bop, bop, bop. So I watched that. And probably like for like the last 6 months, I've been able to clean this thing up pretty good and really rock with the people that's really rocking with me, that's not playing no games and coming on here to be for real. And like I said, I support a lot of people heavy, and sometimes they don't even give me a blink of an eye. And I think a lot of times it's not just the people, oh, I've been busy. Oh, I've been, no, no, no. Listen. Be where you want to be, baby, because I guarantee you, I could never lose. You understand what I'm saying? So it don't matter to pretend. I'm not going to tell somebody, oh, I haven't been able to, I'm finna come over. You don't have to. Be where you want to be. And that keeps a lot of problems with people feeling like they're being played and lied to and neglected and ran over. Just do what you want to do. I see you. Because, see, this is the thing people don't realize. When you do YouTube, you start becoming friends. And once you become friends, you guys got a lot of other friends in common. And if you constantly keep running into somebody you know that's at somebody else's channel live and they see you right there, and if they really want to holler at you, they could cut out that live for a minute and go over and give you some love on a on a short or something so that they can get back in the live. But you can tell people just they get shamed because they ran into you and they know they dissed you. And I don't know why that matters because it don't bother me because I promise you, God butters my bread daily, and I have an amazing family. Ain't nobody here gonna stop me. You understand what I mean? The sun's always gonna shine. But I just realized that folks do play them kind of games, and what I'm gonna do and I'm gonna continue to do is chill back. She said, "You're right. I heard it. Yes, yes." She said, "You remind me of my mom's cousin named Vicky." Do I? What is it about her that I remind you of, Kiara? We just have to. It's what it is. And see, a lot of times when you try to be a straight shooter, people get that mixed up with that loud mouth or that person shady. No, it's not that. It's not that because I'm one of the most loyal people that you can meet, but I play no games. You feel me? I play no games, and that's the whole problem with folks. They don't like the reality. Even when I got to tell somebody something that I know that they're not going to want to hear, I can find a nice way to say it, or if it's something that I ain't got to deal with, mind my business. You feel me? She said, "The way you talk, oh, I hope that's a good thing." Because I know a lot of times folks get it twisted, girl. I'm telling you, because the way I talk here is how I live for real. But I'm not a loudmouth. You know what I'm trying to tell you? I'm not a loudmouth like when I'm out with people, taking over the whole room, over talking people, talking too chatty chatty. I don't rock like that though. It would be on the phone all day. Yes, ma'am. I remember back years ago. I used to, we used to have them phones that go on the wall with that long cord. I remember having the long cord, that little the curly part, and the cord. And I would have folks that I'd be talking to, and I've been on cleaned up the whole house or cooked the whole meal and been on the phone for 2 or 3 hours just rocking it, rocking, chitty chat, and enjoying it. Positive stuff, loving on one another, and just keeping it real. And that's the whole thing about deception. You understand, dealing with Decepticons. You never know. I mean, I know some people that's been married, 20, 30 years, and they found out one of the kids ain't even theirs. You feel me? It ain't no joke. You get what I'm saying? A woman been with this man that many years, and then he finds out two kids ain't his, and then she don't know that the daggone husband got 2 or 3 kids outside the marriage that live, 2 streets over. It's what it is. You got, we got the sharks out here. And I think that, with me, I learned a lot of valuable lessons too, because it seems like every time I had started doing this YouTube stuff, I keep getting a lot of people that's coming with some kind of hidden agenda. And I don't understand why, because this is a platform that you can do whatever you want, especially people that's running a channel and people that's trying to get monetized. You want to keep your slate clean so that you can grow and prosper. But when you come on with a lot of bull, I promise you it don't go too far. I mean, there is a lot of people that got these reacting channels and cussing everybody out and going on. Everybody will find where they fit and where they want to be. You feel me? Everybody will be where they want to be, and you can't stop that. But with me, I learned. I promise you, I learned. And there's quite a few people, Kiara, that me and you both know that I don't know what happened with that crowd, but they went out with the bump. You know what I mean? It went out with the bump. I don't know what happened there, but I promise you, like I said before, if there's only one person that shows up to anything that I do on YouTube, I consider myself as blessed because that's a soul and a human that got my back. She says, "I just block people like that so they can't see my channel." I hear you. If you got to do that, I promise you. And with me, since I've been doing this, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've only had the maybe I used to be able to say I've only had to block maybe 1 or 2 people, but it has gotten up to 5. But this is the people that come in cussing and flipping out on everybody, don't even know you, ain't really with it, just to keep from disrespecting other people. But other than that, I haven't even blocked nobody. I just let it go. And eventually they realize what's up and they move on. But that's how you got to do when you're trying to do something. You got to look at it. Well, I look at it like this. When you get on the bus, well, every time the bus make a stop, somebody got to get off. There's a season and a reason, and sometimes people ain't meant to go where you going. And like I said before, I done had some folks ride with me. I know that's right, honey. And if that's what it takes to block somebody, you got to do it. You know what I mean? And I haven't had to really do it, but the few people I had some whack stuff going on. And when I say that, I mean people that are coming on with stuff like cursing and cussing everybody out in a lie and, trolling type of stuff. But other than that, I just let it flow the way it flows. And I know for a fact that folks deliberately, they got some kind of way they feeling about life and situations and they want to throw that off on you because it's negative. They're going through whatever instead of coming trying to deal with folks and talk about it and probably get a little bit of help. They want to come and want to lash out, and they always say hurt people hurt. That's true, but sometimes people deliberately are decepticons. You know what I mean? They want to do it. You know what I'm talking about? Messy. And there's a lot of folks here, I don't know what it is, that tried to try me, and honey, I promise you I just let it drop because it wasn't going to stop nothing. But I tell you, I started this whole thing completely over with a whole bunch of new people. And how I ended up doing that was because I just ignored the foolishness. You know what I mean? I ignored the foolishness. And it seemed like every time I get somebody that seemed like they riding, not all of them, but I just say like out of 10 people, if I got like at least three of them that's riding with me deep and for real, two of them is fake. And it doesn't be long before they show what their real intentions are. You know what I mean? And when I speak like this, I speak the truth and I have all my receipts. You understand what I mean? Yeah, if I did an open mic, people wouldn't even realize what's really who they've been dealing with. See, I don't do that kind of stuff because if I spill the tea, it's gonna be more than a cup. You feel me? If I was that type that did all that foolishness, but I don't get down like that. But I will tell you, I have learned that some of those folks that I was dealing with weren't really in the best interest of me. They just people were just flowing, and you may not have much, but see, people don't realize less is more. And a lot of times I notice that people like to flock towards bigger channels because they feel like that person can do more for them than you if you got the same numbers as them or less. And that's not how you're supposed to view people. I feel like friendships are priceless. You know what I mean? And I don't look at people as no kind of money because if you rely, people don't realize how this thing is getting crazy out here with YT. YT is changing a lot. A lot of the people that's been up, they got a lot of competition coming their way, and you got to look at it. Everybody has a right, and in anything that you want to rule and control, you got to be able to to be with it and rock with it. If not, it can fall very easily. But I tell you one thing, I don't play no games on here. I'm not here for that. I come positive, I keep it real the best that I can, and I love people. She said, yeah, because we don't know how they got there. That's right. Exactly. And a lot of times I keep telling people, you one thing about it, jealousy will eat you up like a cancer. And a lot of times when you're envying something somebody else got, you don't know what they did to get it, and you wouldn't want to do what they did to get it. You don't know what mark they got on them, what they did to get where they at, and it ain't really none of your business. You do your own thing, and what's for you is for you, and what's for me is for me. But I promise you that jealousy, it never ends well. It never ends well. The most that you can come close to any kind of jealousy is be motivated by something somebody has in a way to say, you know what, they worked hard and got them a car, and I'm gonna do the same thing. Not, oh, they got a car and I don't got a car. Oh, they think they are. That's not what it is. You gotta remember what is for you, and leave folks' business alone. Because see, I don't care about none of that. That's one thing I don't care. I don't care about whose channel, and that's one thing I don't do is kiss up phony to anybody in my physical life or any social media platforms or none of that. I don't kiss up to anybody, but what I can say is that I know I got a lot of people that's been around me, like I said on YT in my personal life, that's riding dirty. And I still give them the respect. Hey, how you doing? Yep, have a great day. Yep, bless you. And I'm not being phony. Even though I ain't fooling with them, I still wish them the best. But for the most part, a lot of people like to run game and think you don't peep it. You know what I mean? But I be knowing what's going on. I just let it be because if that's how you want to live in the ditch, then I'm not gonna meet you where you at. You know what I'm saying? That's where you want to be. That's up to you. But please do not come and try to rain on my parade because the sun will always shine. You can't stop it. You know what I mean? You gotta if you want good for yourself, you gotta wish good for other people. And a lot of times folks don't do that. Jealousy is one of the worst things. Yes, it is. Yes, 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 yes. Due to jealousy, and that's in the Bible. Yes, ma'am. You get deleted, and you know how many people that are deleting themselves right now or deleting somebody else? You get what I'm saying? Over jealousy. And I think that what people don't realize is that you cannot compare your situation. You could even have a job that you work at, and you may be one of the workers that go all out and above, and somebody that ain't doing half of what you doing may get the promotion and not you, or the raise and not you. And there's no reason to get jealous, because that's not what's meant for you. And anytime you hold on to jealousy, it interrupts your life, it blocks your blessings. That's why I don't fool with it. And I've never really been that type. Says my saying, I know that's right. Oh, thank you, hubby guy. Thank you so much. It's the truth, though. People don't realize that. And like I said before, honor and shame is two sides of a coin. If you look at it for what it's worth, you got some areas where you're gonna be proud and stand up strong and tall. Then you're gonna have some other areas where you feeling down and out, and you're touching base with reality. This ain't what you want. You know what I'm saying? That's why I keep telling people, do you. Stop worrying about all the foolishness. Do your own thing. I had one lady that tried to say something to me in the grocery store one day, because out of my own pocket, I buy, you know, food and stuff to donate to, like, the food banks and open pantries. I pay for it myself and I do my thing. And I remember one lady said to me in the store, "Wow, well, you going to buy up all the food?" I said, "Well, I hope I can buy as much as I can to help other people out." She didn't even know that wasn't for my house, but if it was, that wasn't none of her business. But she wanted to try to, get the few people that was in the aisle to try to laugh like it was something funny. And when she realized, what I was doing it for, then she tried to change it up. I said, "No, you already said what you wanted to say, honey. I heard you loud and clear. And you know what? You may be picking up a loaf of bread that I drop off at one of the pantries, or maybe a time where I can't afford to donate and I need to get in that line. You see, it's foolishness. This is why I keep telling people, you better watch what you're doing, because life is like a boomerang. What you put out, you get back. I don't care when it comes back, it comes back. And when you lie to me, you lie to yourself. So who's really winning? You got to have some kind of boundaries. You know what I mean? Don't think that you're buried when you're only planted. You understand? God makes old things new again. People do not listen to different stuff. Like when you be going to funerals and stuff, and you know how they say ashes to ashes, dust to dust. People don't understand literally that's what happens to the physical body if you are a believer. But your spirit and soul lives on. That ain't even you no more. That's a package that's been deleted. You understand what I'm saying? But if you don't listen to those different things, it's working now. Speaker, I mean, it might. Yep. Yeah, you don't you got to be careful. You know what I mean? Yes, she says now she felt stupid. She sure did, and was trying to make fun. And the thing too, so weird too. I remember, another time that I was in line at another store, and a person was having problems with the EBT card, and somebody in the back, oh, well, that's what they get for trying to get free food stamps. Well, first of all, the way the government works, you ain't gonna get nothing if you don't deserve it. Secondly, that wasn't even her EBT card. She called right there in front of all of us and said, "Mom, what's your code again?" So that was her elderly sick mother in their 80s, and that was her card, and she was shopping for her mother. See, that's why we got to stay in our lane. You feel me? Oh, thank you, Kiara. You too. I loved hearing from you, and thank you for stopping in. We got to do better than this, y'all. This is what the whole problem is. If I keep telling people the grass may look greener on the other side, but it still has to be mowed. You understand what I mean? You got to get it how you live. You know what I'm saying? And sharing is caring. And it is always better to give to receive. But when I say to give to receive, it's not just about you getting something. So you know what? If I go over here and I donate this food, or I donate this charity, honey, God gonna bless me. You're not supposed to look at it like that. It's supposed to go selfless. It's supposed to be without saying, and whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. I never set out. I just get the glory and feel good about helping somebody else out. It's not about I'm trying to get something from it, because that's not how it works. They say one hand washes the other. And a lot of people don't get that. They sure do. That's why their lives are so messed up, because see, they're not tending to their business. You know what I mean? They up in your business. That's where the problem is. If you apply half of the stuff to your own life that you up in somebody else's business, I guarantee you'll smile more. Because I know with me, when I chill and mind my business, I smile so hard you can see my cavities. I'm happy because I'm applying to myself. You know what I mean? I'm giving it to me instead of worry about what somebody else is doing. You know what I'm saying? I've had folks here. A couple of neighbors that and no disrespect to them, but they put the trash out and they leave their trash out days. And I remember one time just walking down the street and I seen that I guess their trash had got dumped. And by the time I got up there, the truck went by. By the time I got up there, I seen the trash can was tipped over on in the street. So I picked it up and put it, back up. I didn't go in the yard and I just put it back on the sidewalk and they went off because I helped them out. So I said, okay, this ain't one that won't nothing. Right, it's the only lesson when you do it from the heart, because you can get out here and you can fool everybody, but you live with yourself. You understand what I mean? And I look at a lot of times people, and even me, I look at it like this. Sometimes I be doing some stuff, and the first thing I be saying, "Oh, the devil got me acted up." Sometimes we can't blame that on the devil, honey. Sometimes we are in our own way. Sometimes it's us. It's you always because I always say you got the devil on one shoulder, you in the middle, and then the angel on the other shoulder. Need, greed, and wants. And a lot of times we want to blame the devil for something that we ignored God and did what we wanted to do. Also, God will allow a lot of different things to happen to wake you up. Sometimes you got to go through something to get something. Well, the lady said, "Well, how come, I needed a coat and I got this raggedy coat, but that lady over there got three coats?" That's because you was gonna die on Wednesday, and I decided to save your life instead of getting you a coat. This is God talking to you. You feel me? Real talk. It's ridiculous. You can't help some people. You sure can. That's crazy. They got mad because yep, because it was on the. You imagine how many cars probably gonna drive by and knock the trash can. And it probably would have got towed up. The only thing I did because I was walking down the street, I don't even know the people, but I figured that the trash can got, and it was nasty for the trash man to do that because they got that mirror that they're looking in, and once they pick your trash up and dump it like that, they know if it landed back down right or not. And I just picked it up as I was walking, and somebody yelled off the top window or the porch or something cussing. I said, "Oh, okay." She said, "You use the devil." Yes, the devil will use you to hurt people. Sure will. Use people to hurt you. It could be somebody in your family. Excuse to do what they want to do. Yes, and you know what? This is what's been happening too that I've been seeing. People will rewrite the Bible to make it work in their favor. And that's the thing. That's why I don't do all of that phony Christian stuff. And I'm not judging nobody, but I got so many people that think that they are God. Even when you go to a church, and if you're able to find a nice church home and a decent congregation, that pastor is not God. People are running around here bowing down to these first ladies and ushers is begging behind the pastor. That's not how church go. A lot of times those are fancy places, and the place ain't even anointed. God ain't even in there. You got to stop pretending like you ain't doing. Oh no, because I'm praising Lord. Yeah, no, it ain't. No, it ain't. Because I know with me, I remember one day here, shoot, I left the house and I realized I got halfway to where I was going and I didn't have my wallet. So that meant I was driving without a license. Also, I didn't have no money to get what I need to get. Soon as I realized I didn't have my wallet, the devil would try to tempt you. And then myself, I was mad. Oh, damn, and start acting all that. I did that. Yes, I did. And honey, I don't know how it happened, but God straightened me out quick. Take your time, take your butt right back home, get your stuff, and whatever you was gonna do, if you missed it, it'll come again. But calm down, don't even act that way. Because I felt my own self wanting to act a fool because of that. But I felt that I was letting the devil come in and join in and make it worse than what it was. When that's all I had to do is calm down. If I missed the cell, too bad. But what would have happened if I would have got caught driving without a license? Or better yet, driving angry because I forgot my license? Could have had an accident or anything could have happened. Calm down. You know what I mean? Calm down. It could be a lot worse. And that's the whole thing that I keep looking at too is that everything is so much more valuable than what we can see. Everything is so much more valuable than what we can see. I've been trying my best, I promise you, just to sit back and be grateful for the little things. Man, God slows us down. Yes, to keep us from an accident or something. Exactly. And like I was saying before, as this person was saying about, I ain't got nothing but this one coat, but that person got two coats. Why I ain't got nothing but one coat? You were supposed to die next week, and he decided to keep you alive, and you worry about the coat later. There's reasons for certain stuff happening to us, and I know that it gets crazy when you don't understand your salvation, and you don't understand the Bible. Just like when people speak about Adam and Eve, the most that they talk about is that they'll start off with, they'll say, well, okay, Eve was created out of the rib of Adam. They got married. They had two kids. Eve ate from the forbidden tree. One brother killed the other. End of story. That's not the end of the story. Adam lived to be over 800 and something years old, and they had their third son when Adam was 100 and something years old. That wasn't the end. They just stopped there because they didn't care to learn more. Hey, Lucy, thank you for coming. Happy weekend, everybody. Happy weekend. She said yes. And sometimes you got to go through something to get to something. They want, yes, and run and run. Amen. Amen. And that's why I keep saying, just like when they, when they had the flood, and Noah had to build that ark, and he was given instructions. People don't even know that when the ark had started, getting ready to take off, there was already sin. There was already sin on the ark. You know what I mean? Yes, thank God it's Friday, honey. Especially if you somebody that don't got to work on the weekends, or you ain't got nothing to do but chill. And that's what we've been doing a lot of, me and my family. We have been seriously, as they say, going off the grid. Going off the grid. And what does going off the grid mean? Can you go a whole day without watching TV? Can you get out here knowing you got two or three cars in your driveway, and walk somewhere, or take a bus somewhere? You know what I mean? Can you really get a day where you're not stressing yourself, breaking your neck to clean up the garage, and I got to go down there and mop, and I got to do this? Can you really, really lay back and couch surf and chill out in your jammies? I'm not saying not get up and shower and brush your teeth and all that, but really chillax. Can we really say we do that? Not most of us. You know how that go. Thought he was crazy because they never seen rain. Absolutely. And they laughed at him. When he was telling them that it's going to rain 40 days and 40 nights, they laughed and they thought that was funny, and they didn't believe in him. And then when that rain started like that, and then they started seeing how high the rain was getting, you know what I'm talking about? Because there was a certain period of time where they got in, and that ark was sealed, but it didn't float yet. You know what I mean? It didn't float yet. So people were banging on it, trying to get in. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't believe. But he went around trying to spread God's word and tell them what's going to happen. You got to go. If you want to be here, you got to go. If you want to do this, if you're a believer, you got to go. They didn't want to believe him. So they ended up, left behind. Most people can't sit still like they used to. No, it's just everything is in the fast lane now. Folks is all over the place, flying crazy. And and I just said this too. This is another thing I said. I was saying this in another video that I was doing. I said, do you ever, and I'm gonna tell you, I am guilty of this a million times over, and I'm talking right now, and I'm probably gonna do it again. You know why? Because I'm working on it, y'all. But let me tell you, have you ever got in line, right? And it seemed like something is taking long, and you're like, well, what's going on? You trying to see up in the front, or you get mad because the cashiers are switching shifts, or they got to redo the receipts, or somebody's having problems and they got to go back and get that person another dozen of eggs because their eggs broke, and you back in the line mad, and they ain't got nothing to do though. Ain't got nothing to do. Heck, what they doing? They taking so long and looking around for another line. I got to go. Go where though? Be honest. You know them days when you really ain't got nothing going on, but you want what you want, and you want it to happen right now the way you want it, and can't wait your turn. Patience. Patience is a virtue, and it really, I'm telling you, it really is. I keep trying to tell folks, you be running that game. Patience is a virtue, especially when you look at it in areas where there's a crisis going on, where somebody's having surgery, when a woman's in labor, somebody had a heart attack and they done took them back in the room. If you don't have the right patience, you're gonna play yourself. And I looked at that and I kept saying, well, what am I in a hurry for though? You know what days to pick your battles. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? You know them days. I know days, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know days that I have got somewhere and I thought I was gonna be able to run in and run back out because I really had to go somewhere, had an appointment, had to be at work, whatever the case may be. I know them days, and what I do instead of getting mad, I just have to get out the line and just tell the cashier, go up to the front, tell her, listen, I can't go put this stuff back, but I gotta go. But there's times that I'd have been in the line, ain't got nothing to do, free, ain't nothing but open air, and I'm sitting there, man, they taking too long. It's just silly. It's a shame. Yes, they better work on it because you know what's going to happen is it's going to go on without you. And see, what people don't understand either is that a lot of these trials and tribulations that we face in our life, and I'm going to go deep. I'm talking about facing death. Some people have buried kids. You understand, buried babies. If you don't go through nothing to get to something, how you gonna make it to heaven if you have no experience on this earth? Just think about it. How are you gonna make it to heaven if you don't know good from bad, happy from sad? How are you gonna make it to heaven? You remember, God will make old things new again. God can turn things around. He will meet you where you at, but he gives us free will. He's not going to force us to have a relationship with him. Just like with, if you look at the 10 commandments, just think about who he had carry the 10 commandments. Moses, right? He carried the 10 commandments. And you know what it says on the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against another. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not kill. But what did Moses do? See, we got to do better than this, y'all. Said when you're in a hurry, it seems like you always go behind a slow car. Yep. Yep. And I learned to stop caring about it. Yep. And do your thing. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You have to wait your turn because that's what it is sometimes. And sometimes you have to prepare for something or deal with the moment in the situation. You can't stop it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And once again, this is what I keep telling folks too. And I'm not bragging, y'all, or trying to act like I'm holier than thou or super safe because I'm a clown. And God is working on a wretch like me. I'm gonna be honest with you. But I'm telling you, if people really paid attention, first of all, when Jesus walked, he walked with sinners and he did not sin. But you remember, he had the 12 disciples, and he also had a travel team additional to that. Do you know what kind of folks that was in the travel team? First of all, the disciples wasn't all that. They had somebody that was adulterer, a thief, a gambler, a liar, somebody that had alcohol problems. These were imperfect people because that's how we're created. In this life, love and hate will never be friends. It's out of our control. That's right. And it is what it is. You got that right. And if you look at it, when Jesus was put in that tomb, the first two people got there was the two Marys. One Mary was a prostitute, and the other Mary had a bunch of demons casted out of her. You see what I'm trying to tell you? Why would Jesus be born in a manger? King of Kings, Lord of Lords. People got to understand he will meet you where you at. There's a reason for all of this. And I know a lot of folks don't realize we do all fall in different categories. We all fall in different categories as far as finances and other issues, in life. But this is where you're supposed to be if that's where God put you. And you have to understand that. Just like right now, and no disrespect, I'm going to have to call it out, but look, allegedly, they said Snoop Dogg and some other folks performed for Mr., the new man in the house, right? But the last time he was in the house, Snoop Dogg, they brought up videos of Snoop Dogg talking crap about him. Now you're supporting him. You see, we gotta stand for something. They were all sinners. Amen. 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 That's exactly what it is. That's why I keep saying that God chooses these people deliberately. Jesus was hung on the cross between two sinners. Do you understand what I'm saying? He was falsely accused and abused. So who are we though? Who are we? Just think about it. Who are we to think that we're exempt from anything that happens to us after what he sacrificed for us? People are not paying attention to all of this kind of stuff. You got to look at it for what it's worth. The body is lent to us for whatever amount of time we're allowed to live in it. And when it's done, it's done. You get what I'm saying? And it's hard because what I've been working on, I promise you, I've been working on an area of dealing with death differently because of the fact that there's something that you can't control and you can ruin the rest of your life if you don't grieve properly. You can't stop it. No one is guaranteed to live a long life, and some people we all got different times. It's what we got to look at what we had, what it was, and what it can be if you make it to the promised land. And I don't want to go through all of this and not get my crown of life after all of this. You understand what I mean? Because there's a lot of cruelty in the world, and like all this stuff with the politics. Before they picked who they picked, there was people acting crazy out here. If you go, I got one friend that said when they was up, they live in Houston, and they said that certain places they were voting, like the libraries and the city halls and places like that. If you go to vote and they see you wearing a pendant representing the team that you want to vote for, and this was before they picked, because it's already done, I know that. They said that people were shooting at folks and stuff over something, pop, 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 over that. So when that breath leaves, it goes back to God. Yes, yes, yes. To whom give it. Amen, honey. To be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. Hallelujah. Amen. And that is the truth. That is the daggone truth right there. And I keep telling folks, listen, when you're at funerals, they always say, I don't care if you're orange, purple, green, what your race is, what religion you got. Anytime you are at a funeral, it always has in there ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So what happens? The body was only lent to you for whatever time that you were given. The body is meant to break down, to age. People have cancer, medical problems, losing limbs, high blood pressure, but the soul don't. The soul cannot be touched. See, that's what people don't understand. And that's why I always tell folks is that what's important for me to do with my family and friends and stuff, to know me, intimacy. You understand what I mean? A lot of times when you say intimacy, people think you're talking about something sexual. No, intimacy means to see into me. And I know that there is a big difference of knowing somebody physically and then trying to have a relationship with them, you know, morally and spiritually after they have passed on. But if you don't work it, it ain't gonna work, because that means even with God, you can't have a relationship with God if you don't know how to connect spiritually, because He's not in that type of physical form like that. We have to know this. Yes, when that breath is gone, it's a wrap. And people don't understand. It's almost like they were never here after you start getting, because it seemed like it takes forever to get comfortable with, and you never get comfortable, but I'm just saying, trying to go on with your life. And when those folks is gone and them years start piling up, it almost seemed like they never lived. That's because they were only here for a reason in the season, and nobody knows when their time is up. Nobody. It's just a close understanding. Amen. A lot of people say that when you say intimacy, they always think it's, you know, knocking that headboard out. Let me stop being silly, but you know what I'm trying to say. Folks don't want to look at it for what it is. You feel me? It's like with me, when I started reading the Bible, and I still got a long way to go. I had a hard time understanding the Bible, reading the Hebrew and the Greek. You know what I did? I got me a kid's Bible. And I worked my way on up to where I could get where I need to be. Hello, spirit in the sky. How you doing? Thanks for coming. I hear you loud and clear now. Yes, I was having, as they say, look, some technical difficulties. Struggling because my mic broke, and then I got another one, and then I got to realize where I got to hold it at to be able, because it's one of the mics that you can clip it somewhere, but you got to hold it if you want to be heard, and then turn the volume up. She says, "You're right, and I'm ready for Jesus to crack the sky." Me too. I'm tired of it, Kiara. Yes, yes, amen. Yes, yes, yes. I am ready to. I'm not trying to be funny, I promise you. I know that a lot of us around here, we got all kinds of family members that you want to see babies grow up and folks go to college and get married, and a lot of stuff that you already done. But I promise you, if God came back right now and some of them folks didn't get a chance to do that, they're gonna be all right. Because anytime you are absent from the body, you present with the Lord. So you better than being on this earth. Believe that. Believe that. I don't care what nobody say. That is the truth. Even if you a person that done bad, and when he get ready to pass judgment, even though you going down, you going to, the H, you still present with the Lord until he rests your soul. You know what I mean? And that's the truth. Hello, Ellen P. Shout out to you in the building. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you so much, Spirit in the Sky, for being here. I love you. Thank you, Kiara. I appreciate it, and I'm enjoying having this conversation with you guys because you can't get on here really and talk with a lot of people that keep it real. It's hard to find the right kind of folks that you can click with. And it's not about everybody got to agree with everything. Just have a conversation. I remember one live I was doing, and we all had so many things. One woman said that she don't believe in all the God stuff, but she believe in wolves. We kept talking. That's her business. Oh, I'm not. I'm Jehovah. I'm Pentecostal. Yep. And there's one God. Let's keep going. You understand what I mean? Let's keep going. Yes, I don't even. I'm at the point, honey. Like I said, I got a lot of family around that I want to see. Enjoy things that I've already done. Getting married, and if you're having families, going to college, getting your first car, house, apartment, all these things. But if God was saying, "Let's go now," I'd rather get up out of here and they get up out of here because they're gonna get it all back. This is not it. She said, yes, and the saints will go to judge. Yes, ma'am. It's going to be yes, yes, yes. It is. A sight to see, honey. I promise you, honey. Folks, and you know what the thing is too? Folks don't realize that a lot of people that got you fooled and think they're going to heaven, they ain't gonna be the ones in there. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Them ain't even gonna be the ones that make it because they have been living a lie. And God knows what's true in their heart, even though they may have been able to fool us. A lot of them folks ain't gonna be there. You feel me? For real. I be looking at this stuff and a lot of people don't get it. You just say, for instance, you got he says the young kids are even saying they are ready. Yes, that's because they see what corruption's out here. They see what corruption's out here. You know what I'm saying? And they want peace. And I always say this to folks like this. Okay, you got the first lady of the church, and she's saying she's doing the bake sales and helping families out, and everybody praising her. And then you got this other one that's in prison because she deleted her three children. And then you say, well, which one of them you think going to heaven? It's probably going to be the one that deleted her three children because that one isn't the first lady of the church and who you think she is. She telling you one thing and in the closet doing something else. You got to know that you know. Yes, yes, hypocrites. Yes, be there. You got the honey. Listen, it's going down, y'all. This is going down. And a lot of people always keep saying, "Well, I want to go all the way up to heaven." You ain't got to go up. He gonna purify this. You understand? He taking it back. He taking it back. You understand what I'm saying? Folks don't know that this is the thing too. Just because God is forgiven does not mean we can keep sinning. You know how many strikes you get and then it's a wrap? Because how he gonna weed out the good people from the bad if he keep letting us do what we want? So I'm gonna get here and go rob a bank, but I know if I ask God to forgive me. How many times can I keep doing what I want to do and knowing better and doing what I want to do before he gonna put me in my place? You're not gonna never make it. He's not going to be able to decipher the difference if you keep letting people rely on mercy, because mercy is undeserved favor. But how long do you think he's going to keep doing that, and how many chances are we going to get? Yeah, he will forgive you time and time again. But see, you got to know which way is up. She said, I used to be deep in the church and the board meetings, and some church folks are gonna, oh yeah, honey, they finna feel it tenfold. You heard? They about to feel it. It's about to go boom, tickety boom. Folks thinking they got tomorrow. You don't even know what you're going to, you know how people say, what you think you're going to be doing in the next 10 years? Some folks ain't even going to know because you may not even live 5 minutes from now. But a lot of them folks that with this power, just like a lot of folks say, when they talk about people, they love to brag. Now, there's a different story. Like if I say something like, yeah, if I'm talking to somebody and I say like, yeah, well, I got a friend here, her son, which I do. He's a police officer now, but I'm not bragging. We're just having conversation. But when you got them folks, girl, because her son's a cop, girl, he all that. All what? What is his character? We're not talking about the badge. What is his character? Y'all fool behind this person's a judge. Yeah, pedophile. Yeah, what? What are you talking about? And like I said before, God used Moses. Moses murdered somebody, but he carried the Ten Commandments, and he carried the one that said, "Thou shalt not kill." You see what I'm saying, y'all? Come on, stop worrying about titles and what shoes and what coat somebody got on. You know what I mean? You know when you unkept and you out somewhere not appropriate, and then you know who you are and what it is. Oh, I don't want to go in there because I'm ashamed of what folks. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. If I'm looking a certain way because I just got off of work, this is the real me. See, when you get up, you ain't got that lace front on. You know, understand what I'm saying? You may get away with, get some lashes done and go to bed with your lashes and nails, and they be cute when you get up. But when you get up in the morning, honey, you got that eye booger. You got that sleep look on you. That's the real you. Before you get dolled up, that's who you are. And when you really around the house chilling, I'm not saying that you don't want to look nice around the house and look good for your husband and stuff like that. But the real you, when you wake up, it ain't no outfit to put on. It's who you are. You know what I mean? A lot of folks are so worried about material things that they forget to be loyal to the spirit. You know what I mean? They going the wrong way, and they want to drag you right along with them. And I look at that for what it's worth, and it's serious. Amen. God wants us to mold our characters. It's all about the care. It is. And a lot of times these folks will fool you. You have to embrace the journey. You have to embrace the journey. A lot of people don't pay attention to that. It's true. Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. Just like the song of with Whitney Houston, that song that she had, I found the greatest love of all inside of me. That the greatest love of all inside of me is not even being pregnant or anything. It's the Holy Spirit. Hello, hello. Are we there? You know? Don't worry about quantity. Worried about quality. You understand what I mean? People are worried about a lot of the wrong stuff, and that's why they can't get nowhere. And a lot of times, like I said before, we are in our own way. Don't let the evil of your haters bring you down. Sin blocks your blessings. On time is late. You get where I'm coming from? You can forgive some people, but love them from a distance. Your destiny is greater than your history. Your destiny is greater than your past. Like I said before, this thing here is going and going. I keep telling folks this: get it together, man. Stop. That's right. She said that's right. Yeah, and I hate how. Oh, girl, that hurt me to see how her and her daughter both went down. Oh, oh. And you know what I want to say this too, and I don't mean no disrespect towards her, but I'm gonna tell you, everybody tried to blame her downfall on Bobby, but I promise you, Bobby, it wasn't just Bobby. Whitney had a lot of stuff she was doing already before she met Bobby, and when they got together, they both exploded. Do you understand what I mean? Fire and flames. Somebody got the lighter and somebody got the fluid. You know what I'm trying to tell you. But all that wasn't on him, but that was horrible. Horrible how she went down and her daughter. Her daughter went down the same path and ended right behind her. That was a waste of amazing people in the world. You know what I mean? And like I said, I know I don't blame that all on Bobby, but I know that by them being together and having their own problems like that, because I already knew, what she had and how she kept it under wraps before she got with him. And I think they just weren't good for each other. They weren't good for each other because they both came with vices and they exploded together. Hey, what's up, Paul? How you doing? Happy weekend. I enjoyed your live the other day. Thank you so much for coming. Blessings to you, my brother. Thank you. Yeah, they both were toxic and they both had, bad drug problems because everybody want to say, oh, she got with him because, his history. But it wasn't just that. Her homeboy came in, she had problems, he had problems, and they exploded together. Bobby and Whitney were tragic. Yes, it was. Whitney was a treasure. Yes, and her daughter, too. Did you see how the daughter came into that? Ooh, that hurted me so bad that they both went down like that in close around time. That was sad. And the way they exploited their daughter, it was terrible. It's almost like she came into like a product of her environment immediately, the daughter. That was horrible. I felt so bad to see that, go the way it did. It was. And then her young daughter and her only child to get caught up like that. Ugh. It was it's just I can't I don't know how to explain it, but it like I took it like, personal because I felt that, they had different, choices. And it's not even just about this because she was talented enough and with her singing, just a person going down like that. It was unbelievable, a nightmare. And then for them to have all the suspicion around their death and accusing all kinds of different people. And you could tell, though, a lot of those people that was around them wasn't for them. But they had got this so caught up in in the drug scenes and around the wrong people. That's what happened. They weren't around the right people either. and then they weren't dealing with their addictions properly. They got played bad. I mean, horrible. I just keep looking at that and I feel so bad. The daughter didn't even have a chance with her young self. So it felt like we knew her. And my yes, yes, that was all. That was it was sad. And see, this is what I keep saying too about people, and no disrespect. Everybody is flipping out about just the voice only and not respecting and seeing her as a person. You just think about it. How talented she was. That wasn't enough. You understand what I'm saying? It's not always about that. It's who the person is underneath that. You can get somebody to come and show out and show you that they got it going on, and then they get somewhere by themselves and they're ready to delete themselves on a regular basis, and you thought they were smiling and happy. You really don't know. What's up, Lucy? Yeah, her and Michael. Yes, it's sad because sometimes people you're not getting. People put their best foot forward, but you're not getting the full 411 on them because you don't know what they're dealing with. And you know how many people that you feel like they got it all because they do have it material wise and even the talent, but is their soul at peace? And that's the problem. The addiction. And that's the whole thing that was going on with these folks, even with MJ. He had a lot of stuff going on with himself, and you would think he'd get out there and he was famous for so much stuff and had all of this money. But look how he suffered with having a problem, cosmetically constantly. And then on top of that, he had severe drug problems. But he got the money. Oh, he got kids. Oh, did you see the Neverland? Oh, did you see that Mercedes he pulled up in? That's all they're worried about. They don't even know the person or the character. These people are dealing with addictions and mental health and problems. It's not about, and this is why folks don't really know people because they're worried about what you got. And I look at people for that. Right, you never know what's going on behind the closed door, and that's exactly what happens when they do go down. It's exploited. You know what I mean? The truth comes out. You understand what I mean? They get around, and I'm not saying that they're gonna come on. How you're gonna be performing if you coming down there depressed and all that? But that's not all to it. That's why I keep saying to people, and people get offended when I ask them, like when I say to a person, "Hey, how you doing?" They say, "All right." I say, "How's your mental health?" And the first thing when you say that, people think, oh, they must have had anxiety, depression. Well, some people do, but that's not what I'm asking because you're not whole. I don't give a damn how many diamonds and jewelry you got and what car you driving. Are you all right? And I'm gonna tell you another thing that happened to me. A lot of this stuff be happening in grocery stores. I was in a grocery store one day, and there was a lady in line. There was two people in front of me, and the person that was ringing up, she wasn't able. She had to put some stuff back. And I said, well, how much does she need? I asked her, I said, well, how much do you need? Because I'll pay for it for you. And she's like, oh, no, you don't have to do that. That's all right. I just got to, use what I got. And I said, nope, I got you. So I paid for the stuff. I don't even know if it was like $10 because I done done this a few times. And it's not to try to get nothing, to be on the spotlight or none of that. But I just went on and did it. And I'm going to tell you this, y'all, and please don't misunderstand anything I'm saying because I'm not bragging. I'm not cutting nobody down. I'm not showboating or none of that. When I paid for that stuff, the lady waited for me outside, and this lady, I'm gonna tell you, she was dapper. She had it going. She might. I'm not talking about mental health, and then I'm just saying she had a nice car, better than my car. She had it going on, and guess what the problem was? The only thing that happened was she had her new credit card, and she just didn't activate it. So you get where I'm coming from. She says, Robin Williams. Oh, that was terrible. Oh my gosh, that was Robin Williams. Oh no, don't please. And I felt so bad about that. Another celebrity who's smiling on the outside, but yes, yes, on the inside was sad and lonely. Yes. And who was that guy from one of them shows too that they said that I don't want to talk negative about nobody, but that one from Full House that they said they found him in a hotel and he always smiled all the time too. They never really got down to the nitty gritty of what was going on with him. And cause see what it is their personal business, but they got they got assignment to do, their actors and stuff, and they don't show that. But I could tell inside of him he was so nice, but I could see some sadness in his eyes, and I felt so bad because he was one of the nice guys, but he had been battling mental health, and he it won at some point. unfortunately. He had been battling mental health. And we got so many of these people that are famous, and we think that they are, so much higher and better than us because of their money or because of their talent. When in the long run, it don't mean a thing. Yes, a lot of them are depressed, and I think that's how they express themselves is by, keeping laughter going so they can stay afloat. There's nobody really out here that you look at because everybody's always counting the money. Just like when all of this scandal came out with this, look, allegedly this Diddy and the pastor and all that stuff came out. Everybody try, oh no. What do you mean, oh no? Are these people human? Yes, they are. You got to look at it for what it's worth. Yes, they are. Why do you feel that they're exempt from life like we all deal with every day just because they got money? Money does help things, but I promise you, love don't cost a thing. And I look at that stuff and I keep saying, why do people seem so blown away because they don't seem to be able to accept that these people got the same problems at the end of the day, just like all these famous people. And I honestly, and no disrespect, because it ain't my business, but just like with J and B, I don't feel that that's no real marriage. I feel that was a business arrangement. And a lot of these folks too that are out here famous, I know that their careers take them on a swing and they got to go all over the place. But a lot of them ain't even parents. Somebody else is raising their kids. Even when they're home, they got the nanny and this person and that person, and they lay up in the room 3 and 4 days, ain't seen the kids. There's a whole lot that we don't know about. She says, yes, they're real people, but there's a lot of them. Sold their souls for stuff. Honey, let me tell you, we don't want to call it Holly weird. We don't want to step into that. We're going to go all the way back, child. Y'all see what happened to Shirley Temple. We're going to go all the way back. Homegirl was, unfortunately, as a child, pimped out by a lot of those producers and people. And the only way that these children are able to get caught out there like that is their parents give permission. Just like I have to say, allegedly, Aaliyah. Why would you be on the tour bus with all them grown men like that? And you were a young girl like that. I'm not even getting put the part where Mr. Kelly part came in with her. I'm talking about period. Look at all of these young kids that have been pimped out because their parents gave permission. Just like with the Diddy, I have to say allegedly with Justin Bieber. Look, allegedly. How is your mother giving him temporary custody? It was a price. It was a price. And what people don't realize, Justin Bieber, his mother tried to delete herself when she was pregnant with him. So you got to, when you talk, see, this is what I do on the actual channel. I'm gonna start back. I'm gonna pop my channel back up. I was doing reviews like this of the rich and famous and the real talk. The parents allowed that because they were selling their kids to have a better life. Just like you got what's his name, Omari, and he's starting to get back out now, but he's doing it slowly but surely. But he had a lot of problems because his mother, had a bad addiction, and that affected his life a lot. We're gonna go all through that Chris Stokes and all them young boys that he had. You know where I'm going with this. You know where I'm going. The world is evil. Yes, it is. There's a lot of evil in the world. And I was looking at all of these different parents, and I'm going back Shirley Temple. All that's back my mom and them age of how she was treated and pimped around as a little girl. You didn't notice how they depicted her on there? They had all that grown makeup on her and add her like other characters that was little boys her age acting like they grown folks. I love this. Get going, sis. This. Get it back going. Yes, you know what I'm talking. We have to because we got to bring all of this out because everybody don't understand that these folks are living in the same world we living in. That there may be different things financially and wealth or whatever, which ain't that ain't your soul and that ain't the heart of who you are and what you're going through. But a lot of these kids was pimped out bad. I'm talking about real bad, and their parents allowed them, just like with, I hate to say it, but MJ. What happened with that little boy that they won all that money for, for saying that he did something to that boy? Well, who do you know that's gonna have a chance to go and tour Neverland or whatever they call it? You know what I'm talking about. I'm trying not to, be too, disrespectful or anything. But who? Because I liked it him, and I grew up with that. But who's gonna allow their kids to go and you get to go and visit a mansion, and your child is going to sleep. What grown man want a child to sleep in the bed with them? And what grown woman will let her child sleep in the bed with a grown man, and you way down over on the West Wing? All of this stuff shows you that these parents pimp their kids out. They pimp their kids out. Once they seen that they had some talent, they pimp these kids out. And then everybody too that's running their line about, oh yeah, he did this to me and he did that, but you didn't say nothing before. The child was a minor, and for your minor child, for you to give the recordings to your minor child to travel with a full adult, that's on you. It's all about money. It's all about money. Just like with that stuff, what happened to Kels back with that girl years ago. I mean, the tape was it was a VCR tape where he was with that girl. I think she was about 12. I don't know the numbers right, but they ignored all of that stuff. And all those years, that family, when he was doing that stuff with this girl, the family was taking payments like he bought them a house, he bought them a car for what he did to their child. You know what I'm saying? And then these folks, kids don't know no better because they did what their parent told them to do, and you sold them out just like all of these parties. Y'all knew what them parties were. Just like with the, and I'm gonna say this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful because I used to be really into him, and I haven't got to the bottom of it. But our pastor Jakes, no disrespect to him, but I was looking at with him. I understand if you are a pastor and this guy is a gangster, a rapper, whatever you want to call it, and you want to have some kind of part in him. There's no way that you and your wife gonna go to where they having one of them wild parties and people sniffing coke and drinking and smoking weed. He should have came to your church. That would have been better. But see, you were down with it. You see what I'm trying to tell you? You didn't have no business sitting up there. They showed that there was a time that the wives, y'all went there. Do you know what's been happening at them parties? You didn't have to go to the party. He should have came to your church. That's because you was down with it. It was a down with it. And a lot of these folks try to act like this stuff going on with this Diddy stuff is something new. Y'all been living with it. Y'all been living with it. And then when that Cassie girl, then that stuff happened to her, then all y'all trying to run up now and sign up for something because now you're trying to make a little bit of money. And then some people were, I ain't gonna lie, were ashamed and embarrassed and didn't want nothing to happen. Just like with J Lo, you tried to run and act like you forgot you was Jenny from the block way back block down. You understand what I'm saying? And then now you try to jump with this man and thinking you doing something, and look where you call back in your past. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, they bent their morals to be part of celebrity life. Just holly weird, Paul. You got that absolutely right. Just like with J Lo, you trying to run from your past. And now look, with all this stuff, as many as years as it's been, you done had twins and done moved on and been married, and now your past is haunting you. Remember I said life is like a boomerang. You don't know when it's coming back, but what you put out, you will get back. But she's supposed to have brought a pow pow in one of them things for him and a few other things. You see her crying and stuff now. You see what I'm saying? But see, you forgot where you came from. This is what I keep telling people. You got to crawl before you walk. And what you do, like I said, life is like a boomerang. What you put out is what you get back. You lie to me, you lie to yourself. You see what I'm saying? And that's what all of this stuff is about right here. Most of these kids was little and underage. And I kept saying, just like they said, a lot of stuff went with that guy, Bob Saget. I have to say allegedly. A lot of stuff those girls are saying now that they're grown. Do you see? And God, please forgive me, because I'm saying this out of concern and I feel bad. Yes, it's coming back. Tell me what's up with them Olsen twins. Have y'all seen them young? God forgive me, and I pray for them, so I'm not talking bad. What happened to them girls? Them Olsen twins. What happened to them girls? Them girls is what are they like in their 30s and 40s and look every bit of 69 and 70 years old. What's wrong with them? Just think about it. What's going on? And a lot of them from that full house and all of that stuff, I have to say, allegedly, are speaking about things that happened to them by being around them grown men and stuff like that. And see, there's no way that you can have kids that young if you're not able to be a part of what they're doing and be there. There's no need to even bother unless you're selling something. It's a form of prostitution because most of them that sold their kids out, these kids were molested and stuff. You understand? Assaulted. SA. You understand what I'm saying? So you knew for a fact, just like with them girls when they were little babies, how are they gonna be on the all in the back and held and kept by this person? Where the parents at? You're letting your kids leave on their age and go on tour with these grown folks. And what kills me too is that she says, right, they look like they are girl all the way out. I don't know if it's math or what, but them girls have not. I'm gonna be honest with you. From back when they was babies, little girls as twins, they seemed like they were more livelier, but as they started getting grown, they looked like everything that happened to them just came and hit them all at one time. Those girls look horrible. And you got situations like you 16 marrying somebody that's 57. I don't know what kind of men these women was having, what happened to their mom and them, what's going on with their health, but those girls are done. There ain't that much money in the world worth having to look like that and to feel that way. It's horrible. And if you look at too, I don't know, there's a lot of weird stuff going on, no disrespect with MJ's kids too. Something ain't right with them kids either. Something ain't right. I don't even know if any of them is like that they use any of his body parts to bring those kids into the world. And that lady looked like she was older than him to carry them babies. That don't look right. Them MJ kids don't look right either. Mm, no one has really explained it. They sure didn't. They sure didn't, because I don't even look at that as no surrogacy, because he tried to make it look like he used his stuff with her egg to have them babies. But I don't believe that. I feel like those kids were really all adopted. And then when he had those kids, the way he was hanging that child over the banister, all this stuff ain't right, y'all. And see, people let money cover up the real sight of what's really going on. Them ain't his kids. There's no way. And you got to look at it for what it's worth. What they keep forgetting about with that family is that if you look at them and their nose and their features that they had before half of them got this surgery, there's no way that them is his kids and they ain't got an eyebrow, an ear, nothing like that family. And I'm gonna tell you too, what's her name? Janet. She ain't never been lucky in love. That stuff that she done been through with these few men ain't been nothing. Married that millionaire guy and had that one child. That ain't no that wasn't no nothing. No. And then when she was with Jermaine Dupri, don't you know all of that stuff that went down with him about doing stuff with the kids, and all the way back with Candy and all of them from escape groups and all that, messing with them girls when they were, it was a mess. All of this is a lie. And people are so worried about the money. Everybody's worried about the money. You can even look at, like, you got Tiny and Ti. No disrespect to them, but their son, he been crying out. That one that just had a baby, he crying out. That's why he done got out there and got with somebody he could get with, and then had a baby with some older girl. Then you got the other son. There's supposed to be some explicit pictures that came out with about him, and Ti is against it because they're saying he's swinging for the other team. I don't want to say nothing negative about no kid. Well, he grown, but I'm just saying, all this stuff is not what you think it is. Nobody is perfect. There's a lot going on with him and Tiny too with their life. Their drug of choice is ecstasy. I'm gonna tell you the research. I'm gonna tell you. I've been watching them and all this stuff that they're doing. These people in the family hustle and all that. The hustle and what? Just about money. The way he tried to control his daughter virginity and all of that, and bringing her to the doctors and all that. Once she reaches a certain age, it's her body and she can do whatever she want to do. That whole crowd ain't hitting on nothing. Candy from Escape, that marriage she got with that Todd guy and all them thrown together kids, that ain't no marriage. All these people showing us some phony stuff. They ain't hitting on nothing. You go to Nene Leaks and how she was when she had that man Greg. He helped her off the strip pole to a come up, and look how she treated him. These folks make you think money it's got everything happy. We doing good. All them secrets in the background. And she got that older son that she kind of got with this man, which was a good man. Greg was a good man. You got with him and had a son with him, and kind of put your son you already had, like an outcast. And he's been flopping and falling apart ever since. You ain't been mothering him. You kicked him to the curb. The best attention he had was when Greg was here. And I don't think she realized how good of a man. And that's why they keep saying, as they say, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. That's one of the perfect examples. because she wasn't doing nothing. He met her and she tries to brag about he met her on the strip pole and she trying to act like she all that now. You ain't nothing. Your character's very ugly. Nene. I have to say it. Yes, I remember that about T.I. way out. Yes, yes. Him and her both. Him and her both. That's why I said with these folks here, they're everyday people that's walking around here. They just happen to have a talent and some money. And I promise you, I know that money helps and it changes and it does a lot. But I promise you, I always say, which one gonna get you into heaven, money or morals? I would rather have the morals because I have the right set of mind to do what I need to do. And all these folks make you think that they got the best life ever just because of finances. And the only way that this stuff get out, yeah, that was bad with Greg. Oh my gosh, girl, she dog walked Greg. You know this. You know she used that. That was a good man. And I watched him just like he said, I made you. He don't usually act like that, but he had to call her out. And then they got divorced and remarried again. He brought her literally from being a stripper, single mom with that son, and gave her a life. And then, he got her on her feet, and then she ended up getting on the housewives and then turned on him. And even now, she got her head up so high you can see the boogers in her nose. She done changed. And I promise you, too, what's that one named Kim? Kim got with that nice guy, Croy, and messed that man life up. I know they got kids and stuff, and I'm not talking about nobody kids, but she messed that guy Croy's life up. Kim from the housewife. Remember, her and Nene was supposed to be like best friends, and then they turned frenemy on each other. But you can look at her and tell she got a nice man too, just like Greg was a good man and dogged that man out. Dogged that man out. And her oldest son that she had when she first met him, he really was a good father to that young man, but she never parented that boy at all. She thought she gonna have Greg's son and forget about, her own son that she had before she met him. And she's out here acting like she all that and better than everybody too, running around acting stuck up, and you can still see the gutter in her. Yes, 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 definitely, definitely. All of this stuff, and that's why you gotta read the blueprint when you be doing this stuff about folks, so you know that you know. Yes, he was so nice and young. Yes, he was. She done dogged him out. They just had a thing with him and her. I guess they getting divorced, and she was taking some stuff out of the house that didn't belong to her. So he blocked her in, and they called the police, and they had all of that on the police body cam. Their business all out there like that. Yes, I left Kim alone for a while, but I had started doing some research here because I was going to start back doing some of that commentary again. And I wanted to make sure, I had my facts right and not no paparazzi making up fake rumors, stuff that's real reality. Because see, this is what people don't understand is that one thing that you can do that you can make sure that you know what you're talking about. A lot of people's records are public. Some things they didn't get enough money. I mean, they couldn't pay like have this erased from my record. Some of the stuff is public knowledge, just like people marriages. You can check for that kind of stuff. You can find out who own houses. You understand what I'm saying? So when you do it, you know for a fact what you're talking about. And I promise you, she dogged that guy out. That guy was doing good until he started fooling around with Kim. And Kim never even loved that dude. She used him for money. And see, one thing that people don't realize is that everybody that have kids don't have it out of love. Unfortunately, a lot of children are, oops, I hate to call that about anybody. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Or a money grab or a prize. A lot of people have money, and even with these YouTubers, you know what I'm talking about. You can find out, yes, ma'am. And a lot of these people out here too are having babies YouTube just for content. You don't see what's going on with these folks out here. They think that that is so cool, and then they're sitting there just like they got this one. And I'm not trying to be negative, because see, I don't got nothing against these people. I'm just speaking the truth that y'all be trying to cover, thinking people can't see straight. You know what I mean? I'm looking with four eyes. I see you. You get what I'm saying? They got this one named what's her name? Peach McIntyre, one of these big, supposedly big YouTubers. Look at what she's going through. Yeah, you just had now you on baby 8 and 9. You just had a set of twins, but being evicted. You see what I'm saying? Y'all not. You got to remember what's done in the dark comes to the light. You can only keep up a lie so far before the truth comes out. And everything that you do is up for sale. I noticed that with them, everything they do is up for sale. Now she already was struggling. Now, and the thing that killed me about her, and I'm gonna keep it real, $150, no jealousy and no hate. I'm talking just the true facts. I'm not trying to, talk bad that I got anything against anybody. But with this one name, what's it, Peach McIntyre? I have to say it allegedly, and no disrespect to her. I remember when she first started growing, because I was there supporting her, and she dissed me completely, which I don't care. That's fine. But look where you went. Look how far up you went, and now you're tumbling back down. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not saying because she did that to me and probably hundreds of other people, but you got too big for your britches. And then you climb into the top with a no good man and help him get a good channel, and he cheating on you with any and everybody under the sun, and you continue to lay with this man. You don't know what kind of diseases this man may bring you back. That you could have some pregnancies with a disease that could harm the fetus, but you're running and bragging. Bragging about this, and I'm a gambler and I do this, and then you're getting evicted. See, all of these women, strong mommy Christy, she's another one too that's cool, but I see you. Yes, cat exposed a lot. Yes, love him. Yes, yes, he gonna tell. See, that's what I like, and you know who I like too. Even though something wrong with it, I'm not trying to be shady, but Monique, something with her and her husband ain't right though. But she comes on, and Monique will let you have it. She been giving up the real good goose too, but something wrong with that husband. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy and all that. I know some women call their husband that little bedroom thing or whatever, but I'm not saying it's something more with her. She like Cat Williams. She will tell it all. She will put it all out there. And she called out, who was it? Lee Daniels, Tyler Perry, and Oprah Winfrey, allegedly. And everything I thought about them has all been true. I didn't even need nobody to quack like a duck. I knew that they were some phony people that came from a struggle and a lot of hardships in their life and then got up here and got stuck up and phony and doing people dirty. I knew they were like that. She would, yes, yes, yes. That's why they sat her down. That's exactly what it is. And then they tried to go. Who was it? She recorded Tyler Perry apologizing to her about that money he owed her. And then Lee Daniels did, I have to say allegedly, an open apology in front of everybody. I never like Oprah was phony back with that nappy afro. And her and Gail ain't been homies like best friends homies. You know what they've been up to. You know what been going on with their relationship all these years. They try to act like they sisters and all that when they know that they was knocking their headboard out. See, folks don't understand. I see you, and you're not as you're thinking that nobody can tell what's going on with you, but I see you. You're transparent to me. I can see you. But I never cared for her. I could tell that she was phony, and then she got up there and turned on a lot of different people and thinking she all of that, which she ain't happy in her life. You know her and that Stedman guy. Look, allegedly ain't got no marriage or no relationship. Well, come on, what is she doing with that dude? Come on now. Let's see. What is he? Eye candy? You know that ain't no real relationship. Come on now. Come on. Think about it. That ain't no real relationship. That man don't even want to be bothered with her. They got an arrangement. Just like with our new guy that's in office right now, that wife that you got, that ain't no relationship. That's all she did was she was a trick. You understand? You got this exotic fantasy. She got with you, got married, got one kid, and now she's all the way in and don't even want to be with you. That man probably ain't even can't even get nothing going with Viagra. The man that they just selected in office now. That marriage ain't hitting on nothing. And y'all know what's going on here with these folks, but y'all so worried, just like with all the royalties. Prince Harry, all of them. Nobody don't give a damn about none of that. Them people ain't nothing. What the hell are you talking about? They're not even happy. Look how that one with the red hair had to get ready to leave off with his wife and stuff because y'all wouldn't accept her because of her race. And half of y'all was up in there, just like the one that the y'all know what I'm talking about. Just like that one that's up in there, that the husband, what's the father? He had been cheating on Diana with this one. Look, I have to say it allegedly. He been sleeping with that woman all along the side. As soon as Diana's gone, then he hurried up and married her, and she stayed drunk all the time. Y'all ain't got nothing going. Y'all not enjoying no happy marriages, no sex life, no damn nothing. Y'all just get up and put on these long silk gloves and wave your hand in these hats and ride off, with the horse and carriage, and then go back and cuss each other out and sleep in separate quarters. These are not relationships. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to stop trying to play. You know what I'm talking about, Paul. You know what it is. Y'all ain't got nothing going. And see, people don't realize you can tell that this ain't shit. It ain't happening. It's all fake. And y'all, what y'all try to do is think because people got money that they're happy. And half of these folks are somewhere getting high and drunk and carrying on and doing what they want to do, just like the suspicion of Princess Diana. I liked her. I liked her. She was all right to me. And how she did, what happened to her? She got deleted. What happened to her and that dude? He is sick. Yes. You know, if it didn't because he didn't mix exactly because she was mixed. That's the whole thing. And you can look at him too, the other brother that married right with Kate. You know what I'm saying? That ain't the relationship him and Kate got. That was nothing but an arrangement. These people will get in bed to make a baby and don't even sweat. These people are not in love. These are not real marriages. These are arrangements, situationships. Not even a booty call. A booty call, you get more enjoyment out of that than what they doing. So they all the richest. They will see that, but yet they're not happy. No, they're not. All of it, and I promise you, you could look at all these people and see what's going on. Even with well, look, Gail King allegedly, you can tell that her husband and her ain't have nothing going on either, because she was, even though they got what 2 kids, but she was too staying under the sheets with Oprah too much. They ain't had that wasn't no marriage either. People don't understand. You can look and please tell me what's going on, and no disrespect, what is going on with Kelly Ripa? Come on, come on. Are we dealing with? And I'm not saying this to talk bad about nobody. That relationship with that husband, no way. She got him like a puppet dog. Everybody that worked with her until she bought that whole show couldn't work with her because she was unbearable. And it looks like she's going through some kind of anorexic or bulimia, allegedly. Something wrong with her, too. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That ain't no relationship. You should treat that man like a lap dog. You just look at it. That ain't no marriage. And that what she owns the show now, don't she, Kelly Ripa? You remember how many she had Ryan Seacrest working with her? Everybody that worked with her, they can't stick with it long. She says, I want to pick with Will Brain so bad if I could because I love him, but he has some inner issues. Yeah, you talking about Mr. Smith? Yes. And I'm gonna tell you, honey, listen, that ain't listen. I would tell you this, and I'm not disrespecting nobody. It ain't none of my business. But both of them enter that relationship on the buy side. Both of them know that they're bi. You feel me? Both of them know that they're bi, and the way their kids turned out has a lot to do with being a product for their environment. Them kids is messed up. I don't care how much damn money they got. I don't care how you whip your hair backwards and forth. Them kids is messed up because of how they were raised up. That marriage ain't been right either. When they first started off, they may look like they might have been possibly happy, but I knew both of them were bi. You understand what I'm saying? And what's her name? From Martin. Her husband and Will have been homies, homies. You know, like helping each other, pee homies. You look allegedly 4 years. You see where I'm coming from? Just like with Lisa Ray, you bragged about you got this husband and he rich and all that, and what he do? Start messing with your homeboy, another man. Yet they had an open relationship right from day one. And they're both bi. Both of them are bi. And that's the truth on that. I don't care how much money you got. And see, people act like, oh, well, they got kids. What that got to do with it? When you could get in there and lay with somebody one time and get pregnant with a child you don't even want. And I'm not saying that kids are throwaway or disposable. I'm just saying a lot of kids are oops. Let's be honest. Mr. Smith and his wife. She go her way and he go his, and then they'll jump in the bed for a while, and then they go back out. Paul, all messed up. Will and her both are. They entered that marriage to me, and I have to say allegedly open as an open marriage, but they both go, you know, they're bi. Both of them bi. She's bi and he's bi, and they got their kids out here flipping out doing the same thing. They got both of their kids are living from what they did. I'm not saying that they made them that way, but they are a product of their environment. Yes, I've been knowing that about them for a long time. And what's her name from Martin? She was the one that first started coming out. It's Tisha Campbell. I have to say allegedly. She started coming out with talking about her husband and Will's relationship all of these years, and it's been true. I already knew that they had something going from way back. I already knew that they had something going from way back. Just like what's his name? What is his name? Jim Carrey. I have to say allegedly. They tried to cover up his herpes thing that he had going. You had the one lady, the girl that he was dealing with, that stopped messing with him because of that. That's why I said with these folks here, they get around here and they act like that they're that you don't know what's going on with them. And it just take one person to set it off. Look at yes, the son is messed up and the daughter messed up. Yes, yes. It all came out. It all came out. And just like I said, that Lisa Ray, who she was married to, some kind of guy that was some kind of rich man or whatever. And then she just got through saying that, the man that she was with started dating her guy friend. I have to say allegedly. And it's all true. You can tell. These people are unfolding right in front of you, and you think because they got money. I don't understand. That's why they said money is the root to all evil, and that's because people can blind you with it. If you're the one that can be taken down like that, you're worried about the money, but who is the man? Just like I said, who is the man? Because you got to look at all these people with a lot of powerful positions. They're different people at the end of the day, and you figure like this: any man or woman that you see rich, don't they get on the stool and shit like you shit? Don't they get on the stool and pee like you pee? What is the waiter or the maid coming to take the pee and the stool from them? You get what I'm saying? These people are regular folks at the end of the day. Everything is not, what you see is not what you get. It's not all of what you see. These folks are, and even with a lot of them too, with them, a lot of them don't even want to be bothered with their own children. All of this stuff, and no disrespect, because Nikki, I like Nikki, but something is wrong with the guy that she's with. I did the research. I'm going back, 15, 20 years back of the research about her husband, child father with that rape case. All true and real allegedly. All true and real allegedly. All of it. And you got with that guy. And then that's what your brother went to jail for. They miserable and lost. Yes, they are. They're living a lie. They are living a lie. Because no matter how deep you try to bury something, when folks know what's up, they know what's up. And you're the one suffering because you're living the lie. All of these people that we got out here, none of this stuff is not what they want it to be. Just like with this stuff all the while, and like I said, Wendy Williams, no disrespect to her. All the while she kept trying to perpetrate like her and, Kevin Sr., Kevin Jr. allegedly. And I like Wendy. But look what really been happening with him all the while. Kevin Sr., all of that stuff. The cocaine, all of that stuff, look allegedly. All of that stuff was happening, and you got on and made people think, and y'all taking pictures for the paparazzi and all this other stuff, like y'all chilling and all that, and had all these people blindsided. And just like with this man that we got in office now, why are they showing him flipping burgers? When have you ever, even when he was in office before and did the 4 years, been married, the Trump Towers, all this stuff here, allegedly? When have you ever seen him and his family when the paparazzi be catching these family members when they're out? When have you ever seen him in Burger King or McDonald's before? Yes, Wendy, my girl. Yeah, I like Wendy. Just keep it real. And what they get mad about because she telling the truth. But you just look at it for what it's worth. This man that's in the office now, when have you ever seen him? Why do you think he went to McDonald's flipping burgers? When have you ever seen him at McDonald's? He wanted to before he got elected to appeal to a certain crowd so they vote for him. They said she was snorting coke before the show. LOL. She kept it. Yeah, I'd like to. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I said about her. She kept it real, told it all. I don't know if you've seen how Judge Mathis read her and told her off real bad. But everything he said about her was the truth, and what she said about him was the truth. So they broke even. Yes, got the Mr. Man, the look, Mr. T. up in McDonald's. When has this man ever? Y'all can't see these little ploys, and y'all know. You see what he's doing now. He's already signed. He said it's only two genders. I'm not judging. I know the Bible. I'm not telling nobody nothing. I don't want nobody to get upset. But what business is that really of his? If people are doing what they want to do with their physical body, their money, their insurance, he just signed that bill. He said it's only two. Then they running around looking for camps and stuff to bother different people. This is all about something totally different. You know what I mean? This is some crazy stuff that's going on. You got evil deliberately. You know that man, I've watched over some years, some decades of this man and his family when he had his first wife that he had his three kids by. I watched them catch them like on vacation and out to dinner and stuff like that. And he ain't never been near no McDonald's. Don't even own one. Yeah, and they're falling for it. These people are going crazy. These people are going crazy. And I know myself too that there has been people that I have worked with for years. And when this voting stuff came into play, if you had a pendant or if you had something on your desk at work that shows what team you voting for, people have stopped having anything to do with each other. I got family members that had folks that's quit their jobs because they found out that their coworker that they've been friends with when that 4 year term came up voted differently than them and broke off the friendship over something like that. How could you? What kind of sickness is that? That's everybody's business and free will to try to devote accordingly to what they believe in and what they want it to be. And for you to stop being friends with somebody because of who they voted for. And I got one family member, you should see how many people quit their job because of that. He knows what was, and he sees straight through it. That's right. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And I promise you, people that then they got this ISIS group that's kicked back up. I have to say allegedly. They didn't start showing them again, running around, burning crosses and carrying on. This is what you excite out here. And then you got the looting. Love to say that. And then don't you think it's kind of weird, y'all? And I'm not playing no games of being shady, but don't you think it's kind of weird what happened to TikTok out of the blue with this person floating around, back coming through? What happened all of a sudden? Remember, he got banned from that and a few other social media places. What was up with that? What happened? Not worth it. Crazy over politics, and they all, yes, they do. Crooked anyways. And you know what? And I keep trying to tell people, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'll say fair is fair. You can't expect what party you like to win every time. It is what it is. But I tell you one thing, the ones that whatever team don't win, those people are wealthy and gonna be doing fine whether they got chosen or not. It's us that gotta get through this struggle. You understand what I'm saying? Do you honestly think that party that didn't win, that they're going to fall apart and lose everything? Those people are still wealthy and living their best life. You understand what I'm saying? I'm so mad about. Yeah, that was so stupid the way they did that. It was a mess, but it's something related to around him too, I think, for some reason. Something, is floating around him that I feel because all of a sudden they're saying that he reinstated it. But how did it go down all of a sudden because you were up, to be elected? And some of this stuff is kind of creepy. And that's why I keep saying, when you do this voting and stuff, you try to pick the lesser of the evil. But none of these people really give a damn about you. They're worried about their immediate family. Just like with the chick that called herself trying to be a woman running. I wasn't gonna pick her just because she was a woman. That had nothing to do with it. Whether I'm a woman or not, that had nothing to do with it. It's who she is and how she get down is what I would have been concerned about. I didn't care nothing about that. And a lot of women, they just wanted to see a female in office and that was more so what they cared about. Just like with Obama, I have to say allegedly, a lot of people only voted for him because of what color he is, and I know that they feel that certain races need to get a chance to do this, but I wouldn't have voted for that either, just because of what color somebody is. And then why did the world seem like everything is Spanish and English only out of all the races of people that we have out here? Why is everything made to be that way? Only 90 days. He got TikTok back. 60. Yep. You see what I mean? He was involved in something because he got banned from it. Don't y'all remember? He got banned from that and another. I forgot what other social medias. So why would he want to bring it back when they dissed him before? Something ain't right with that now either. I noticed that something ain't right with that. But I tell you, we got so many different races and nationalities of people. Why is everything English and Spanish now? Any type of phone call I make, they're only speaking English and Spanish. The message is only in English and Spanish. What about all the other race of people in the whole world? What are y'all doing here? How do y'all pick favorites? What the hell's really going on? And you got to look at with him. This is what I keep trying to tell people, and no disrespect, but with this person in office, they're not. If you're not wealthy and on their level, just because you're the same race as him, he don't give a damn about you. You on food stamps in the trailer park, you know same race as him. He don't care nothing about you. To be honest with you, he don't really give a damn about nobody but his own family and controlling as much of the world as he can. We gotta wake up. Hello, Nilda. How you doing, sis? Thank you for stopping in. Love you, girl. He says I am not a dick or a rep, but I do have conversation values. I believe almost all the politicians are crooked. Yes, they are. Yep, bending to anyone. Yes, 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 Paul. Yes, Paul. Yes, give them the cash. That's exactly what's going on. All of them. That's why I said it don't matter what side they pick. Those people don't care about you. Yes, she is good. That nail game is crazy. Her nail game is off the chain. That's my girl right there. Thank you, Nilda. Because it was a security breach issue. Yes, exactly. And see, this is what I keep saying. It don't matter what side you pick. These people don't give a damn about you. They up for the money grabs. You mean nothing to them. Even, we had Mr. Obama. I don't care about that. I ain't got nothing to do with no race. Race don't mean jack. These people are in it for the money grab, for themselves, for their family. They don't really care about y'all. They get up there and toot, fart, burp, do a little bit of something just to get you to get on their side, and then they get in office and do what they want and live their best life, and they don't care how you falling apart. It's crap. You know what I'm saying? It's straight up crap. That's why I said I ain't with it. I'm not with the ish. You know what I mean? And just like I got a friend that was doing a live one day, y'all, and she was, doing a live, and she was, there's a cooking channel, and she was talking about what she was making, da da da. And they started in her live saying about who voted for who. And then they asked her, they said, "Host, did you vote?" And she said, "No, I don't." So then they started cussing her out. "Oh, you got a lot of nerve. Why you don't vote? You need to stand up for your rights. It's not right that you don't vote." She said, "I live in Canada." You see what I mean? How people run their mouth? See what I'm saying? They going off on her, and she live in Canada. Do you know how many people that I know that are in America that don't vote at all because of the crap on either side? They don't vote either party, independent. They don't even have nothing to do with it, and they still living their best life. You know what I'm saying? They're doing life. They don't care nothing about no politics because as long as I keep me a decent job, got myself right with my family and treat people right, go to work every day, and I don't got to even be a part of that, and I'm still gonna survive. You feel me? Because you can't bend either way with this stuff because it ain't right. I remember for me too, for so many years I never voted. And I haven't voted a lot because I don't believe in half of it on either side. You try to pick the less of the evil, but ain't none of them ish. You know what I mean? None of them. None of them. It's the same thing, different day. You feel me? That's what I'm talking about. Folks don't care nothing about nobody. These people are in there for a job to make money for them. They don't care what you don't got or what you really need. They just get up in there and do a little bit of something so that they can keep that position. Just like you do you think honestly because she didn't get picked, the one that tried to be a woman, the woman one, and remember Hillary tried it before? They're still wealthy. They're still living their best life. What are we doing? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. This is not a game. This is your reality. So you got to figure out where to get in the mix to keep your ass out of it, basically. Because with me, I see it ain't gonna change nothing. Long as you know that you working, you got a good job, you got your house, your family, and you all right. That's it. You feel don't want to vote. That's right. The hell with that. Anybody got time to be bothered? The people don't care about you. I don't care what team, the D, the R. It doesn't matter which one of them. They're not there really for you. It's a job. Do people understand? Even when you go to church, you think your pastor ain't getting paid? You think the Pope ain't making some money? Come on, y'all. Let's wake up. Let's get up off the floor, stand up tall, and face reality. These are all jobs for these people. They don't care about you. You understand what I'm saying? At the end of the day, they're cashing that ching ching. And if you got any sense, you do your own business. Keep yourself a good job somewhere. Take care of your family. Love God. If you are a believer, chill out. Leave it alone. Don't get all who kind of cuss somebody out and argue and fight. I told you I got a friend that lived in Houston when they first started this voting stuff here. Before this guy got sworn in or whoever was going to be sworn in. If you come up to vote, whether it was a library, a school, the city hall, if you go to vote and you walk in, you go to walk up there to go to the building. If you wearing a pendant indicating what team you voting for, people was pop, 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 pop outside trying to stop the people if you weren't voting for who they want to vote for. And these people are going crazy. Yeah, lined up, bugging out, bugging out. It's already straight. You already know what this is. Y'all know what this is. And the thing is, people keep saying, well, you know what? At least now he got these 4 years and he won't never be able to run again. It don't matter. When he gone, another one coming, another one coming, another one coming, another one coming. These people, you got to remember, these people know how to dog the dog, walk the talk to get people on their side. They're brainwashing you, got you all caught up thinking they're going to do, you act like they finna come to your house and remodel it for you and give you some money and make you rich. These people know it's a job. Everybody forget that these people applied for a job and whoever got it, and now they're on their way while you still somewhere stuck in the bush. Do your thing, live your best life, and you ain't even got to be a part of it because people are fighting and hurting each other. They're going crazy over this stuff. And like I said, they got this community stirred up, and I'm not telling nobody what to do because they said that he just signed it, some paperwork. And I promise you, I don't get into it deep, but I like to be able to, throw a word or two when people be trying to come up in my face and run some business on me. I be trying to let them know what it is. It ain't got nothing to do. I don't care. Are you independent? I ain't nothing on me. I ain't nothing on me. Yeah, your D or your R, I ain't nothing on me, and people get mad about it, but they don't even know where they standing at. Yep. And the thing is, even if he gone, he can be replaced with somebody else to have the same intentions. They're getting their money, they're already wealthy, and you sitting back here to ruin your life and got harmed or deleted somebody because of this man here, and he don't even care if you're breathing. And then they're doing stuff that's totally against anybody that believe in the biblical and the Bible. They're totally against anything good. You're stirring up stuff to hurt people. And then you're making it known that really the only race that you are for is the one that you are. And your wife is not even American. So I don't know what the hell people ain't paying attention to that. Are you dumb? Do you see he's trying to be against what race of people? But what race is the wife? And that ain't no marriage either. That's a convenience. They're full of crap. Let's see. The kids too. Pulled up of school churches. Yes, he's trying to like mess with different stuff. Like how even though I ain't giving her no credit either, I'm not being shady, but Miss Obama, I have to say allegedly, talking about making the school lunches healthier, and then he's trying to say don't have the lunches. All these people do what they need to do to keep you rallying for them. And they have to behave the whole 4 years. If they got another, like with him, he can't do no more. He can do these four and he's done permanently. But a lot of them will sing and dance through them whole 4 years because they want to try to get elected again. So they're going to do a little something to blind side you. They're going to throw some, they're going to give you a hug with a dagger behind your back just to keep you believing. It's a game. Yes, that ain't no relationship. He went and got her. He did. You got to remember, and I don't understand if you're not staying with somebody, even his first wife too. She wasn't American either fully. His first wife, she just passed not too long ago. But the one that his first wife that he got the two sons and the daughter by. You got to look at the, with her, she wasn't American either. That's why I said I don't know why y'all act like y'all can't see what's going on with this man. How are you going to be praying to God but sleeping with the devil, or you shacking up with the devil and expect God to pay your rent? You get where I'm coming from? This is not it. This is foolishness. That wife that he's with now, he got that one son by her. She's not American. So what race are you about? What are you about? Y'all sit back here and let this man have you messing up your life and hurting other people over something that he don't even give a damn if you exist. And like I said before, no disrespect, I'm gonna be honest with you. I did think it was shady with Mr. Snoop Dogg for him to talk all that crap about him before, and now you performing for him. I thought that was kind of shady because what, you were poor then, which you weren't back when he was in office. You were a little bit more broker, so you were against him. And now that you wealthy and up there, you forget where you came from, because that didn't make no sense. And I'm not trying to be rude. And then you got Nelly. Allegedly, he said he don't care who asked him to perform. He just looking at a check. Whether it would be for this party or that party, he just wanted for the money. And then Rick Ross performed. What are y'all doing? Half of y'all have been in jail or smoked out half of your damn life, and you running and they're trying to perform for somebody that don't give a damn about you. And it's not just about money because you guys already got a career. Y'all already doing all right. Y'all did not need no money. It could have been one of the performances that y'all turned down, and they done turned down many. You did not need this for no damn money because you were already doing good. You just trying to make an excuse because you backstabbed a lot of people and you double talking, two faced it. All of the stuff that y'all be saying and y'all raps and all of this kind of stuff is against what this man is talking about. He made it clear. You know what I'm saying? No morals and no values. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. This is the point that I'm trying to make. Folks don't seem to understand that you're willing to sell your soul and you're not getting no further. Just think about it. What is this man gonna do? Is he finna come and buy your house? Are you gonna sit at the table with him and eat? What are you getting out of this relationship with this man? Just think about it. What are you getting out of it? And these folks, man, back when this first started, and it's going to continue on because what he's doing is, he done mess with that, the LBT community now, and he, I guess he's going to stop them from being able to, surgeries and stuff. I have to say it allegedly. He said probably a baby Rruk. Ha! Say it. You know. What is he going to do? And then they said women with the abortions and stuff like that. I just have to say allegedly, he's supposed to be stopping that. And then he's supposed to be trying to go back, a certain amount of time to women that did already have it done before he came in with this and maybe put some criminal charges on them. All this stuff right here is not what needs to be concentrated on. A lot of this stuff is we're trying to bring peace. We're trying to bring peace in the world and get people to respect and understand and leave each other alone and stay in your lane and mind your business, not hurt and harm. It ain't right. And I just said to myself, I cannot believe it because I got so many people like, they're yelling it out when you're out in stores and stuff as if, he's in now. And they keep on speaking like this is their brother-in-law, their father, their uncle, or somebody. This man don't care about you, clown. And you don't even care about yourself if you ride with something like that anyway. Because see, to me, like I said, if you know that you think what you think you pick in this party because you got the R and the D, and the lesser of evil. What about not being bothered with neither side? Then don't even get involved in that. Then don't do it at all, and then you won't be having no problem. Why are you doing it? You don't have to vote independently, but sideways, upside down, doggy style. You don't have to do it. You inserting yourself in something because you want to riot. You want to do something to start some crap. Because you got to remember what one won't do, another will. So if you got hundreds of people that don't vote, there's going to be somebody that's going to get them in there either way. So ain't no need for you to get yourself all turned up and screwing around out here and trying to hurt people and stuff. I've had folks that try to start an argument just because you wouldn't talk about if you voted or not. Different places at work, grocery store, because you wouldn't talk about it. They feel that you're doing something wrong and want to start an argument with you. People have started getting around here fighting and stuff, and then after it calmed down for a while, and now that he's signing all these bills, it's back raised up again. And you got to really say, how am I, am I going to let this affect me? You know what I mean? Am I going to let this affect me? You don't have to. Everybody act like that they're forced to go somewhere and vote when you can just chill out and stay in your own lane and mind your business. It's that much of a problem. Leave it alone. Hey. Oh, it's gonna be late. Anywhere up to 11 o'clock. Yeah, that's why I said, hey, they kept pushing the time back. I'll keep an eye out. But yeah, it's what it is. You got to think about what you want to do in this life and what's going on and what you've done, because when you get into your last days, all of this stuff ain't gonna matter. And I'm not even saying even the time that if you believe in God, when you stand in front of Him, not even just that time, but once you start solidifying your life of what kind of woman or man am I, what kind of grandparent am I, what kind of uncle am I, what kind of coworker am I. I'm getting older now. I got kids to set a good example for. I want to present myself properly. I want to be able to keep my house, own it, pay it off. I want to be happy and whole with my wife and my kids. None of them people don't give a damn about none of that. That's on you. You got to solidify your life for you and your happiness. And getting caught up in all that rickamajigga, that ain't going to change it. That's all you got to do is keep your head up, get right with your family, keep you a good job, pay your bills, keep your ass clean, live your life, and you going to be all right. You don't even have to enter that damn twilight zone right there. But it all comes down to, just like when you get something, you could be living your life and be having something bothering you, and all of a sudden you go into the doctor and they giving you a diagnosis that you got 3 months to live, 2 days to live. You think you can worry about, oh, did I vote? I gotta go vote. She said, when I was younger, I was doing crazy. Still crazy now, to be honest. Crazy stuff. I'm blessed that I met a good woman and I became serious. I'm not saying I am perfect, just saying I made a choice to do the right thing. Hallelujah. And I'm gonna tell you, man, Paul, if I told you, you probably you know. I done it. Listen, gangster. Let me tell you something. I could dip and dive, and if I got enough stuff, I put together a book that is unbelievable. And I had choices to make too to get myself on the right track, because I'm gonna tell you, 357. Don't get me started. I ran a whole gate. You understand where I'm coming from? Was a professional lifter. Don't get me started. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Oh, I've been and I made choices, that I was gonna, either sink, or float. You know what I'm saying? And you decide to get married and have a family and want something good, because see, bad things are gonna happen to us when we do good. But I tell you one thing, you turn out a lot better though when you're doing something good. When you stay on that right track, because I had to make a decision, because I'm gonna tell you, gangster down. I got into a lot of heavy duty stuff. Heavy duty. Like I said, my choice was, 357 Magnum was my, my homie. Okay, so I can tell you, you know what I mean? I walked down that street. The real deal. That's why I listen to you. You speak to. Oh, thank you, Paul. You do too. All y'all coming through with it. We doing our thing. It's the truth. And I'm telling you, I was straight up gangster. And then I was a professional. We call it in Jamaica, we call it clip at them. We go and take up the things. Give me your order. What you want? 5 leather coats? I'll be right back. Okay? Yes, it is good when a man finds a good wife and when a woman finds a good husband. Because it's hard to come across that too. But yeah, man, I done been out there. I'm gonna tell you, I done been out there, and I'm gonna tell you, I did. Oh my gosh, I did a lot. And even though I know that God is forgiving and that you can turn your life around and straighten up, sometimes I find myself feeling like, damn, I messed up a whole lot. But see, if you don't understand God's mercy, grace, and undeserved favor, you're not gonna never be able to recover, because your future can be greater than your past. You know what I mean? And like you said, Paul, the best thing to do is make a choice to make that right decision to do what you got to do. And even with me coming up, I had a lot of friends that got themselves hooked on drugs. I tried a few different things myself, but then I became a hustler, a dealer instead, and that was bad too. So I've done a whole lot of stuff, and a lot of times I keep saying, how can I be forgiven? Because I did a lot of bad things. You know what I'm saying? And then I realized you don't know God then if you're asking those questions. Get in there and learn. He said the people who are always trying to level up end up sad. They sure do because they're reaching for something that they don't need. And you know how they say you bite off more than you can chew, you end up choking. And that's what happens with a lot of folks. They worried about this and that and trying to impress people. And man, I promise you, one thing that I have been working on too is really understanding that you gotta know who you are. You got to know who you are and what you want to do and not work. And it's not good to be ashamed of stuff either. I mean, it's okay, to take the weight for something that you've done wrong and feel a little embarrassed because that shows that you got pride and respect for others. But a lot of times, sometimes we can't be ashamed of who we are. We got to get past that and climb higher. Because I know with me, I got a lot of stuff and I don't do that fake Christian mess because I know I still curse. I know I get angry. I know I think negative, and it's going to take a good while. And I'm not saying that that's perfection or I'm going to ever make it to perfection because I'm telling you, a lot of stuff people don't realize is that you don't have to be what somebody's telling you that you got to be to make it into heaven. God will accept you just as you are. You may think, you know what, I've been cussing so much, and now, I'm trying to get right with God. But if I don't stop cussing, do you honestly think God going to keep you out of heaven just for something like that? People don't understand that God got a plan for all of us and all of the different people that he has used in the Bible that stood high, that was near him. You remember when Moses went to get the 10 commandments, how old, how he aged just being in the presence of the Lord. You understand what I'm saying? And if he can bless somebody that took somebody's life, you get what I'm saying? People are not listening. Like I said, when we read these Bibles, a lot of people just read enough stuff just to get full and think they know it so they can have a little 2 minute conversation and they're able to stand tall. It's way more to that. You got to be greater than that. When you study in the Bible, you got to go deep. Stay in your own lane. Amen. I always say that. I always say that, Paul. Stay in your own lane and you won't have accidents. Stay in your own lane and you will be all right. Because I got so many people on here that I had started dealing with and thinking that they're doing right. And they would be here and pulling out the Bible and quoting scriptures and stuff. And you ask them one question and they don't even know what they're talking about. And then they get mad because you said it and they don't want to answer it. So they keep overlooking your comment in the live knowing that they ain't coming correct. And like I said before, how far do you go with this? Unless if you don't understand what you're reading, you ain't going nowhere, first of all. And perfection is not right. That ain't gonna happen. There's nobody perfect. God made us all imperfect, and we all were shaped in our mother's womb. You understand, to be what we're going to be. God already know what we do before we do it. That's why I said, I'm not praise the Lord Jesus, amen, God, Lord, him, Jesus. That's not saved. That's not religion. That's not how that go. You be real and true to who you are. Do you know how many different, like I said before, with the 12 disciples, you know that all of them guys was a mess. They walked with Jesus, and Jesus walked with sinners, but he did not sin. Every one of those disciples that walked with him had something bad they have done. Gambling, adultery, and like I said, Moses, what he's done, it never ends. Yeah, it will come out soon. Yes, the truth. And see, once you walk in your truth, can't nobody shame you. You understand what I'm saying? Tell the truth and shame the devil because you are the one that's got to live that lie. Nobody ever really gives a damn at the end of the day. Because a lot of times folks are so much worried about what people think of them. Now, I'm going to be honest. I care about what people think about me, but not to that extent. You understand where I'm coming from? I do care how I present myself and people know if I'm a decent person, that type of way. But when it really comes down to it, trying to impress people and show off and all that kind of stuff, I can't stand in that line. You understand what I mean? I can't grow there. I got to get to real people that I can be all right with. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you you guys, this little story here. There was this is what happened. There was these church folks, right? And they were going into a store, right? And when they looked across, there was a bar across, and this is some serious shit here. Excuse my language. They were looking, and they looked across and they seen one of their church members going in this bar, right? So the first thing that they did was they ran back to tell the rest of the congregation that they had seen, I'm just gonna make up a name, Sister Mary, and she must have done fell back into drinking, and she was over at a bar, and we seen her at the bar. And guess what it really was? And I'm gonna be honest, it was a bar, but the woman went to the bar because the bar was, it was either rented out for a bridal shower or a baby shower, and they went back and spread it all. Now if you think she's your sister and she done fell back into drinking, why didn't you go over to try to help her instead of gossiping and went and spread that back in the church? And what church people want to listen to you talk like that about somebody, and y'all supposed to be saved people? Y'all know what I'm trying to tell you here, and then none of it was true. And I used to do a Bible study her just because you go to church or read the Bible doesn't mean they remember God. Some of them don't walk with God. We found that out. Yes, and that's, see, they use that as I call it Decepticon. They use that as a deception to make you think, oh, she go to church. Oh, he's a cop. Oh, that person is a judge. Oh, that person is this. And what about it? And what about it? What does that have anything to do with titles? What you're doing is you're perpetrating the fraud. You're fronting. And that's what people do too, especially if you go to church and you don't know nothing about God and you go to church like that, you can easily be brainwashed. Easily to be brainwashed. And like I said before, a lot of people are so quick to listen to gossip and spread it and don't even know what they're talking about, but they're saved. If you really call yourself trying to do the right thing in the Bible, you wouldn't be doing that. And there is no perfection. There's nobody that I know that's going to heaven. Mother Teresa and all this stuff. Man, please knock it off. Knock it off. Chill out and stop trying to fool the world because you can't even convince your damn self. Chill out. Stop living the lie. Look in the mirror at yourself and know the truth. Nobody cares about that. At the end of the day, you got to deal with you. And you know, that's what's crummy about that kind of stuff is because it doesn't matter how you get out here and impress other people. How do you feel by yourself personally when you know that you are a Decepticon and you're living a lie? That's going to eat you up more than it is fooling everybody. You don't even got to do all that. Just live your life. And if you got people that you got to impress all the time, you ain't with the right crowd no way. Leave it alone. Get somewhere and chill out. Who gives a damn? You know, and I always tell people the grass may look greener on the other side, but it still has to be mowed. It doesn't change anything. All of these folks that we see that's doing different stuff, mind your business. And I can take a page, out of my own book from not worried about what somebody else is doing. I have and no shade, but I have some some neighbors, down a couple of houses, and it's toe up down there. And you can't, oh, well, gosh, imagine what people think when they drive down the street and see that house. Well, that ain't none of your business. Is it your house? I mean, it don't look right. It's an eyesore, but what you doing? What you doing? What's for you? That's what I be saying. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yes, yes, hypocrites. Yes. How you treat others. I'm telling you, it's all coming back on you. People are not understanding. And I keep telling folks, life is like a boomerang. What do you do when you throw a boomerang? What happens with it? When you shoot a hoop, what happens to the ball? It comes back to where it came from, right? Other than, when you're playing ball, you throw it to this guy, that guy, and y'all trying to score. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying what goes up comes down. And if you run around here and you live in that type of lifestyle, all of that comes back on you to what's really happening. You got to deal with that because you can go out, just like I know a lot of famous people, they go up and whether they singers or actor or whatever, and then when they get in the back or somewhere alone, the wigs come off. You get what I'm saying? The hats come off. And you can't wear enough lace front wigs or hats to hide them horns if they're growing on top of your head. It is what it is, you know? And it's how you treat other people. And I promise you, a lot of folks think that when they say that terminology of how you treat other people, it's all about, oh, I take care of my mother, my sister, my niece, my cousin, my aunt. No, what about strangers? Because, sister from another mister and brother from another mother. Think about it. Think about it. We're all, if you look at it for what it's worth, we are all brothers and sisters, even if we don't know each other. We're all brothers and sisters, and God made us this way for a reason. And if we would start caring more about others than ourselves or our families, that's our crown right there. You know what I mean? That's our crown right there. And I keep telling people, just like this girl, I was talking to her in the live, and she kept saying, well, you shouldn't give people money, give homeless people money because you don't know if they're going to buy liquor and drugs. And I'm going to be honest with you. I used to think that that was the way you're supposed to do it because that was like how folks said. But I realized anytime I do something for somebody, I'm doing it just because I care. And whatever decision they decide to make, that's their free will. You know what I mean? And a lot of times people don't realize, and I don't know if people paid attention to back when we had this C-19 out here. Yeah, that's how we treat others. When the C-19 first hit, I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but did y'all pay attention to? I knew it. Did you pay attention to how the package stores were open? The package stores, the liquor stores was open as essential. You know why, right? Because if the people that are alcoholics, it's essential to get a drink. If you're not nowhere in recovery or AA, where you're in a hospital and being monitored, if you don't get that next drink, a lot of them will die. Alcohol was considered as an essential. The package stores was open; those was open before some of the daggone grocery stores was open because it's a medical condition. Once you start your when you're an alcoholic like that, and even with certain drugs, crystal meth and all that type of stuff like that, that stuff runs through your veins like blood. And if you're not under the right care, you can end up dying out here. You know what I'm saying? You could get deleted very quickly. Says she, yes, you got to do it before we speak to and think how it would make you feel. Amen. And that's another thing too about that. Watching how you talk to people because sometimes people don't realize what you say can make or break somebody. And you know how they say if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. It's better just to be that way. It is because that way you don't get nobody, hurt because you don't know what you're doing. That's why I don't do all of this stuff fooling around out here with a whole bunch of people and drama and craziness. I'm not here for that. I want to see everybody win. I want everybody to have a good life. I'm not just praying for good things to happen to just me and my family. I want everybody. And when I pray, honey, I sometimes I get so long into praying that I figured, you ain't have to say all that. It ain't gonna change nothing, for you to add all that in. But I'm like saying, praying for the universe, the nation, the planet, every creature, every person, because you want to see other folks do good. And you can tell what your intentions are when you think that you so primped up and only worried about your family and friends that you can't even say a kind word to a stranger or give somebody that's out there struggling a couple of dollars because you worried about what they're going to do with it. She says, yep, it's a lot of alcoholics out here, and that's a hard thing to come off of. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Your bloodstream. And too, a lot of times people don't realize, like a lot of our homeless people that we have that's out here, a lot of them folks were people that served, on the battlefield for us. And they ended up becoming mentally ill because they went to war and it came out to nothing. Do you understand where I'm coming from? A lot of those people that fought out here came home to nothing. Untreated mental health led to addiction, divorces, and all kinds of different horrible stuff. Homelessness. A lot of bad stuff came out of serving alone. I remember one day I went to a dentist appointment and there was a guy and I used to see him around and he's always walking around and he always has the bag that you get with the clothes from the cleaners. He always have one of those bags, but it would always be like a child's costume in it. It was a child's costume everywhere I seen this man. I didn't know him or anything, but where I seen him at over the years. And finally, one day, I went into a dentist appointment. And when I went into the dentist appointment, I said my name and stuff. And before I went to sit down, the first thing they said, "Oh, he's whacked. Don't pay attention to him. Watch out for him." This is what they were saying about this man. And when I looked over, I said, "Oh, that's the guy that be having the costumes. I don't know him, but that's the guy." And I promise you, when I sat down, that man educated me more than going to college. He was more brighter than them that worked at the office. They don't have no idea what that man knew because they were so busy judging him. and he just, he was mentally retarded, but he knew what was going on. And I had a wonderful conversation, and I met a good friend. I enjoyed more talking to him than I would have wanted to meet Beyonce, and I'm dead up serious. Had an amazing conversation with this man. He talked to me, and it was so good to hear it. And I said, wow. And they talking about him like this. He's finna go. Okay, I'm gonna go. All right, God bless you, brother. Have an awesome, super duper weekend. Much love to you and the fam bam. And thank you so much for coming, brother Paul. I appreciate it for the talk. I enjoyed it too. I enjoyed it too. Yes, have a good one and have an awesome weekend and just keep growing and staying strong, keeping that channel popping. And God bless you, man. I enjoyed this conversation too because I can't get down like this with everybody. How he looked. Yep, because of how he looked, and he wasn't looking really bad. It's just that he was talking to himself and stuff like that, but he wasn't bothering nobody. He didn't have on no kind of dirty clothes or carry no kind of odor. He just being himself, living his life, and he had his stuff in the bag. That was it. He didn't do anything else. I promise you, nothing at all. But just because of they just summed him up because of how he looked. And like I said, he wasn't wearing no kind of messed up clothes or smelling bad. He just was talking to himself, and he carried the uniform around in that plastic bag. And that was it. And they just judged him, and that's what it was. And that shows you how people are. And the thing is, what business is it of theirs? And even with him, if he came into, because of how he looked, yep. And if he came into that, just say for instance, because he didn't have no appointment or nothing. So I know he just went up in that dentist's office and was sitting around. Well, they could have, let him sit around for a while and not be whispering and cackling about him. And after he sat there for a while, and if it ain't right for him to be there because he don't have an appointment and he ain't with nobody, you could have kindly went over there and told him that, he got to leave now. He might have came in there rather, just sit somewhere for a minute. He didn't bother nobody, and that's all you had to do instead of, making everybody and pointing at him and stuff. When everybody came in, you didn't have to do that man like that. Leave it alone. And he was awesome. He was awesome. I really, truly enjoyed it. And I felt like they were quick to judge. But and I keep telling people this too, and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody or, see the future or tell nobody what to do. But a lot of folks better get a tight rein on how they behave and how they treat people, because you got to remember anything that we have out here that we talking about negative or trying to judge could happen to us and in our family. You get what I'm saying? You can have down the line somebody in your family that ends up, mentally handicapped like that, transgender, it could be anything. Be careful what they say. It could be Yes, yes, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. See? See? That's exactly what I'm talking about, sis. That's what I'm talking about. Also, not knowing that, next week you're gonna end up with an uncle, aunt, sister, or one of your own daggone kids that got the same problem as that person. And I was looking at how many people, and I'm not judging nobody because I don't tell nobody what to do with their sexuality, and I know what it says in the Bible about certain things and stuff like that. But I noticed that with this thing when they were talking about him signing that bill about it's only two genders type of stuff. I know for a fact out of all of those people, and I didn't watch it long, I just want to understand the caption so that when I have discussion, I'll know what I'm talking about for sure. I looked at how many people that he had rallying, and you can't tell me that none of those people are transgender. You don't know what your kid's gonna be, your grandkid's gonna be. Somebody's married to somebody that's Mexican, and all that. It's just the way you sound talking about you hate these people. I can't even talk right about it because it didn't make no sense because you don't know what's gonna be in your family to come down the line. You may have had a son, and by the time he get about 10, 11, he says that he feels more like a daughter. I'm not judging nobody. I'm just saying I'm not telling nobody what to do, what's right or wrong, but you don't know when this gonna come out in your family. Or like I said, with the guy walking around, and they talking about him, like you said, could be an angel, or you could end up having a child, or you could even yourself end up in an accident and get brain damage and walking around just like him, talking to yourself. You don't know what the future holds and what's meant. We really got to take that stuff serious because a lot of people are so quick to judge stuff line for them. You got to do better than that. That's why folks here is difficult to deal with in the world. They are so quick to judge you and say stuff, and they don't even know how they standing or what's going to happen to them next week. You know what I mean? Anything could happen to you. You could be laughing at somebody that's in a wheelchair 2 months later. You know, nothing is guaranteed. You may come in this world one way and end up another. It depends. You know. Hey, Johnny. All right. Let's see. I know I have watched so many people that have made fun of folks and picked on different people and end up messed up themselves. Exactly. About to say they were his supporters, and yep, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I have seen so many things and situations out here that I don't know nothing about. You know what I mean? And you end up having experience of it because of what happened to you. Get what I'm saying? Happened to you or somebody in your family. It's like a lot of times you may have grown up and your grandparents were all right your whole life, and you didn't know nothing, and so far they going good. Then you may go over to a friend's house and see their grandmother in a wheelchair, and you don't know what that's like because your grandmother, on both sides, is up fine. You don't know what that is. And then all of a sudden in your life, maybe a couple of years down the line, they tell you grandma had a stroke. And then that person's grandmother that you was looking at crazy end up being your grandmother end up being in the same condition as that one. Because you don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? You haven't experienced it yet, but you can't look down on it or make fun of it because it can happen to you. And that is definitely the truth. That's why I don't like to be talking any old kind of crazy way about anything because you don't know if that's going to happen to you. They just had this girl here too. She just did an interview, and no shade to her, but she came from she was well, how I knew of her. She was on Love and Hip Hop. No disrespect to her. Her name was Apple Watts, and she did an interview about what happened to her because she just had a bad car accident. It's two of these women that faced the same kind of fate, honey. That was sad. The first one, the first one that I seen, I forgot her name, but she did an interview and she was a stripper and she said there was many a times that she used to leave the strip club, drinking, drive, and get home fine. Well, this time she was, drinking and driving, and she ended up having an accident, and she ended up losing, I think, both legs and an arm, and then the other arm that she has is she can't even use it because that's the life that she was living. And then this other one that I just seen the interview, she was I have to say allegedly, but she was a Love and Hip Hop cast member. She was on one of the Love and Hip Hops. I'm not sure which one it was because there's so many different New York, this, that. But She was starring in on Love and Hip Hop, and this just happened to her like 2 years ago. She leave the club all the time. She was a stripper. She said she left the strip club, and and at this time her life had I guess it got better because she had gave a story of how she came up with she said she used to hoe, and she used to sell drugs, and she also was a stripper, and she made it. I guess she ended up turning out good from the love and hip hop and started making money and had a Range Rover and a pink car and a this and that, and was living her best life. And she ended up having a bad car accident, and now she is in a wheelchair, and one of her arms she can't even use. And that happened, because she was drinking and driving. And you see how your life can be one way one day and something totally different the next. And she did I don't know if you know this. It's a show. What is it called? It's a show called, oh gosh, it's a man that does interview with a lot of homeless people. He does an interview with all kinds of people. Oh gosh, I forgot the name of it. But he just did this. He just did this yesterday. Oh gosh, he did an incest family. He does all those kind of interviews. Oh, I know what it's called. Um, what's it called? Soft white underbelly. He does interviews with all kinds of people. It don't matter what you got going on, homeless, doing good. He does a lot of people though that are, going through hard times. But he does all kinds of interviews, and he did the interview on her, and it was horrible. It was horrible because she had a certain lifestyle, and she fell off. She got messed up real bad. Now she's in a wheelchair and on disability. Her family turned on her. They robbed her for stuff while she was in a coma for 4 months. They stole all of her money, sold off her furniture and everything. And she's struggling so bad that she said because the insurance won't cover enough for the visit for her to go to physical therapy, and she can't hardly get out to walk to get to the mailbox, and going through a lot. And all her family turned on her, even her mama. So it shows you can be up 1 minute and down the next. 1 minute down the next. That's why you got to remember the apple don't fall far from the tree. That could be any of us. It ain't just you. That could be any of us that are living a certain lifestyle, and something happened to you in the blink of an eye, and what you made fun of or thought you was exempt or better then hits you straight up in the head. You know that happens to all of us. Life is not guaranteed. It's what you make it. And so many people think that what they got going now is going to be the same tomorrow. And it don't necessarily mean that. You know what I'm saying? Things can just change just like that. And you never know when it's going to happen. This is why I said don't be making fun of nobody or thinking you doing so good and running around here rat tat tat and bragging, because tomorrow could be a totally different day for you. And she was doing, excuse me, she was doing good coming from where she came from. But she, used to drink and drive all the time. And she said that she was a very combative person. So and then she said that she was crying. She said, "Cause I can't believe anybody let me drive. They knew I was drunk, and they still let me drive. But they're used to you doing it. You get mad if somebody tried to stop you, and it was horrible. She got messed up bad. Her eye, skull cracked, fractured. Her whole other arm and wrist is deformed now. She got messed up bad. From one day to the next, her life changed overnight. Her life changed overnight. I felt so bad to hear that story. And she's the second girl that, from the street that was a stripper and that, got up there to making good money and didn't turn away from the lifestyle. You know what I mean? Just kept doing it and doing what they wanted to do. And it all fell apart. So sad, but get the truth. This is, and she got 3 kids too. I think from what she was saying, her oldest was grown, but she had 2 younger ones, and somebody else was raising them. I don't know what that story was, but her life just flipped overnight. And she was at the point where, you know, obviously Love and Hip Hop is kind of crazy. All them shows is kind of grimy. But if she was living that life already, that's all she had to do was use that as a stepping stone, and she went too far and end up losing it all. You know, end up losing it all. You got to excuse me. I got a delivery and I'm disinfecting the stuff. I always disinfect the stuff before I put it in my cabinets. Yep. So you don't never know what's gonna happen or what your future's gonna hold. You think you got it going on and forget where you came from and it be gone. That's why they always say be grateful for what you got because it ain't guaranteed to be there tomorrow. You may be thinking this kind of stuff. It's I'm gonna have this tomorrow. If it's not meant to be, it ain't gonna be. Things change. Well, with this C19 out here, this stole a lot of people's stuff from them, their well-being. You know what I mean? And a lot of people got their lives lost over it. A lot of people lost good jobs and careers over it. I mean, and that's just to name a few things. A lot of stuff, will never be the same since that happened. And I can honestly tell you, with me and my family, with the grace of God, C19 was, a blessing in a lot of ways for us. We, really got a lot closer with each other, like times we used to have that we should have never stopped, being as close as we, were, more intimate family time and dinners, business opportunities on the table to right at your fingertips to start a business that y'all said y'all wanted to do and kept procrastinating. And, people started grabbing at straws when C19 hit. You know what I mean? And I can tell you that a lot of positive came from it, but it's how you are and how you look at things and how you view things, to take you to the next level because that's that 19 left a lot of folks destitute. I mean, flat out, just like all of these, stuff we having with all these wildfires and stuff. I met a lady that had to leave where she was at, where she had a fire and lost everything to come, way away from home because nobody had her back when she got burnt out like that. Nobody had her back. All of her family, her mother, brothers, sisters, nobody would help her. She had to leave the whole states way far away just to get help from a friend. They just left her hanging completely. Mama, all of them. That show you right there that blood ain't always thicker than water because she ended up. You imagine that you got burnt out like that, and this is happening now. You got burnt out like that, and your mama and none of them would help you. You had to get in touch with a friend of yours and go thousands of miles away to have a roof over your head. That shows you, I'm telling you. Coach ain't got your back, I'm telling you. Your own mother and them turned on you, and you had a fire. I think she said only thing that was left was her and her dog. And I felt so bad because me and this lady, I never seen her. I don't even know her from a can of Oops paint. And I ran into her in the store, and me and her stayed outside talking almost 2 hours. We met, we had so much in common. We just had a conversation. I was saying something about some family, and she was like, "Yeah, I know that's right," that type of thing. And when I left out the door, and she only had a few items, so she came out the door while I was holding the door open for somebody else, and me and her started talking, and me and her stood there and talked for 2 hours, and I wanted so bad to offer her some money, but I didn't want her to feel less than because or like I felt sorry for her, so I didn't say anything. But she said, "Yeah, I had to leave my state." To go to another whole state to stay with a friend to help me out because none of my family would help me after I got burnt out like that. See what I mean? Blood ain't always thicker than water. You got to watch that. Sometimes the people closest to you are your enemies. So, honey, you got to watch where we at and who we with. Got to watch where we at and who we with. But sometimes it ain't what you think it is. You may have a plan and somebody got something else planned for you. Or what you think is may not be meant to be no more, you know? It all depends. I don't know if you're still here, Kiara. I'm not talking you to death. And if you're gone or need to leave, let me know and I'll stop running my mouth. I'm just enjoying it. Are you still in the building, Kiara? If you're still there, let me know. If not, I'll throw some music on and wish you a blessed, beautiful weekend to a beautiful lady. I don't know if you're still in the building, Kiara. I know Paul had to go. Nilda's gone. I don't know who's here and who's not, but I thank you so much for being here. I don't know if you left or not, but I appreciate you. God bless you, sis. Please keep in touch. I don't know if she's still in the building, so I'm gonna pop some music on here. So I know I've been talking for probably like 2 hours straight. What's up, L. Georges, my friend? Thank you so much for coming in. You just missed the crowd. We were all having a good conversation. I'm sorry that we missed you. I hope you're doing well, and I wish you an awesome weekend and blessings to you and your family. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming, L. Georges. You just missed everybody. We were all talking, Paul and Kiara, Nilda. We were all having a good conversation. I'm sorry that you missed out. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate your support. Have an awesome, super duper weekend. God bless you, my friend.
But I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight eye. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight eye. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh,